Hello and welcome to day 2 of the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy. My name is Fiona Steil-Antoni and I'm delighted to be joined once again by Grandmaster Artur Jussupov. Artur, how are you doing today?
Fine, and we are pleased to know that there are many people are watching us, and we have very interesting games to present shortly, but also some interesting news.
Yes, unfortunately we have some sad news for all chess fans out there, sad news for all of us here, of course. Unfortunately, Vladimir Kramnik has tested positive to COVID and will not be able to take part in the NC Masters. Of course, we wish him a speedy recovery, and that has led to some changes in the tournament. So Vladimir Kramnik will be replaced by our guest from yesterday, Dmitrij Kollars, since he hadn't played a game in the Grand Prix yet. He will be moving up to the NC Masters, and in the Grand Prix he has been replaced by Irvine Lamy, who was the top seed in the Open before. So a few changes today, and well, to make that clearer, I think we will show you the results first of all from yesterday. Well, the pairings actually from today from the Grand Prix. So we have with the white pieces David Navara playing against Mcshane. David lost his game yesterday to Deak. Mcshane won, so we'll see what happens there today. Rasmus Fane will be playing white against Deak, Bogdan Daniel. And finally our newcomer, Irvine Lamy, starting with a tough test against Pavel Yanov, who ground out a very long win yesterday against Rasmus Fane.
It is very easy to understand the situation. In the tournament, everybody who plays black has 1 point.
Yes.
On the left side, white players has no points,
yes.
yet.
And well, actually, let's look at the standings. So there we see the 3 players that you just mentioned who won their games yesterday: Pavel Yanov, Mcshane, and Bogdan Deak. The 3 of them won their games. Bluebaum, Svane, and Navara lost, while Irvine Lamy hasn't played a game yet. So today he is making his debut. And finally, we will also show you the pairings for the NC World Masters. So what should have been Kramnik against Anand is now Kollars against Anand, but also we have to let you know that they are not playing today, so they will be playing on Thursday, which was a rest day for the World Masters and the Grand Prix. But we do have one game, and I think we're going to jump straight into that, and that is Mickey Adams from England playing against the local matador Daniel Friedman.
We have already a very interesting position. We were speculating what would be the opening, and most of the experts says that the best in no castling chess is to play English opening and to start with c4, but obviously Michael Adams has different opinion. He started in a classical way. I will show this everything from the move 1, just normal Spanish game, normal Spanish game, and here of course we see a slight difference to normal chess. White can't castle, so everything else is okay. But so Adams started to think about new ways. Okay, d3 still could be played also in conventional chess. Bishop c5, bishop e3. That is a position at the beginning of the game. Looks very normal to me. Yes, I think we will not be running engines in this game, not to be confused.
Yes.
Because in many cases the best move would be castling, but please remember that players can't do it, which is very demanding. I know that optical, the position, if you still have a right to castle, looks different, and this is one of the adjustments that players should make. And of course the theoretical knowledge is not so valuable anymore. You have to think about concrete position over the board.
Interestingly enough, Daniel Friedman, he has just played Queen e7. So Queen e7, not a move that we see so often. I mean, now it's already looking like an unusual Ruy Lopez, let's say that, to say the least. Queen e7 makes sense, though. The bishop on c5 was attacked, but it also kind of opens the way for the king to potentially, at some point, run to the queen side.
Anyway, it is a reasonable move. The main problem will come shortly. What to do with the king?
Yes.
Somehow we need to bring the king in a secure place. This is one task. And the second task, not less important, is somehow to connect the rooks. The connection of the rooks is an important element of middle game. It's a very useful operation. So how to do it? I think Michael maybe is thinking about playing king e2, maybe somehow in some position.
I'm very curious to see.
Yes, at the moment I'm a little bit puzzled, yes, how to proceed. We can also try to maybe to make a couple of moves what I think is making sense. Okay, let's say knight c3 probably is a reasonable move, but maybe black is ready to jump to d4. Yeah, that's probably the idea behind queen e7. So then it looks very reasonable construction. So queen e7 actually is something very, very special and interesting, because maybe it also creates some concrete threat in such an early stage. Let's try the move like c3, and we will see position after bishop takes e3. Let's say white takes, and maybe all of a sudden queen can attack bishop b5 and pawn on e3. So there is something to be careful now for Michael. That's why he is thinking.
And very interesting. I mean, Daniel Friedman seems to have come well prepared. He's been blitzing out all his moves. And I like the way he's going on about this. So we will see what Mickey comes up with. But yeah, the first surprise, I think we had been talking to the organizers who have some experience. Last year there was already a no-castling match. And it was c4, I believe, in every game. So that's what they were expecting. But no, Mickey clearly has his own ideas here.
I had the privilege to talk to Viswanathan Anand before the tournament, and he said that he spent some time just to looking at different openings to see if these openings are still correct.
Very interesting.
Not everything is correct in no-casting chess. So you have to adjust your opening strategy in some cases.
Yeah, and we see Mickey on the camera there, deep in thought, Daniel Friedman away from the board from now. So maybe we'll leave Mickey to it, and we will go to our Grand Prix games. And with which game would you like to start?
Let's start maybe with Luke Mcshane and David Navara. And we have actual position on the board, and I think we had Bogo Indian defense. We will start from the beginning to check the first moves. Yes, there is a variation typical for Bogo Indian defense. Why it is Indian defense? Because knight is on f6. Why it is Bogo Indian defense? Because it was invented by a great player, Yefim Bogolyubov. So he liked to play this move, bishop b4 check. Could transform to Nimtsevich defensive. White would play knight c3, but normally white is not doing it. And now knight bd2 is one of the two possible moves. Also bishop d2, of course, very popular. Knight c3 is less popular because there is some early commitment to knight f3 in this case. Interesting position. I also used to play Bogo Indian defense. Short castle is flexible move, not showing big plans, and David answers with a most principled move, a to a3, just to see what is going on. Black has a choice either to give two bishops, take to d2, and then maybe to play b6, bishop b7, something like this. And the next choice is to go away. This is a very original position, very interesting choice now for white. One of the possibilities would be to play e4, to take and play in the center, and black usually answers with d5, with very intense struggle. What David is doing is more typical for Queen's Indian defense. For example, if black would play b6, we would have a more standard position for Queen's Indian defense, with difference that black maybe wasted a little bit of time for early check. But the justification for this, that white put his knight on d2, not always a good position for the knight. So black forced with this check, let's say, put white knight on d2. Not an optimal position. A3 is a kind of useful move for white. Knight d2 could be less attractive as knight c3.
So you're saying that Luke could play b6. What are some of his other options in which he can set up?
Okay, the options are not difficult to list here. b6 is one, if you want to play something like Queen's Indian defense. d5 also makes sense. And then we have something like Catalan Opening, with black losing a tempo for bishop move. And knight on d2 is also not the most active position in Catalan, but sometimes people are doing this also on their free will, because pawn c4 is protected. So this is another choice. And the third possibility is to try maybe c5 in this position, with a little bit different character of the game.
Okay. And what do you think, Luke, from what you know from his style, what do you think would suit?
Okay, I will try to guess the move b6, for example. Okay.
Okay, so we will see, once again, we see Luke there deep in thought. It looks like, at least in this game, we're out of, both players' preparation quite early. It feels that somehow, I don't know, one of them surprised the other. I'm not sure exactly where.
I am not sure. I think that they certainly had the preparation. Maybe it was not what they expected on this particular day. That's why they need a little bit of time to remember their notes and decide also maybe between the options. Okay, so maybe we can move on from here and check in with our top seed, Bogdan Derek. Bogdan Daniel played an excellent game yesterday, really beautiful victory against David Navara in a very impressive manner. And we will see what happened in the opening, because we have already some, for me, already interesting position. We started like a Queen's Gambit, like a Queen's Gambit declined, but very often we can transfer to some other openings, and here after move g3 we have Catalan Opening.
Were you surprised by the Catalan that it's once again become so popular lately?
Not really, because I also used to play it myself with white pieces, Catalan Opening, and I know that there is a very challenging opening with very intensive fight. And yes, I think it is not. This opening will stay also in the future. It has also some options for white to direct the game either to very sharp positions or maybe to more calm waters. So let us see what happened here. Black, of course, also had the choice. Bishop before check was also one of the. Would be my favorite move. Bishop before check, some kind of boga defense still, but Bishop e7 is a classical move. So what happened now? Knight c3 is an interesting move. It is of course challenging continuation. I was playing more conventional short castle, so knight c3 requires concrete preparation also, because we have to also to consider this, to be ready for d takes c4. Since black already castled, then the option to win the c4 pawn back with queen by playing queen a4 check and then taking is a little bit out of it's not on the table anymore. Let me show you how it would be possible. For example, here instead of castling, black could also choose taking on c4, and for example, white could
just win the pawn back immediately if he wants.
Yeah, and that would be the position, kind of standard position, and this type of play. So here we have interesting combination, and black took only after knight c3, which also makes sense. And white has a different option how to attack the pawn back. So white played knight e5, which is obviously was a preparation. Everything was preparation of Erasmus.
We can see from the clock times, of course, if you were not here yesterday, let's remind everyone of the time control. The players start with 90 minutes on the clock, so that's an hour and 30. On move 40, they get an additional half hour, but they also get 30 seconds per move. So as we can see, Rasmus has even increased his time from the beginning, so he's been blitzing out everything.
He's clearly in his preparation. And the move knight e5 is extremely typical for a Catalan opening, and it shows the main feature of this opening, the strong bishop on g2, which puts a lot of pressure on the queen side. And the maneuver what black played, I saw in chess practice, but not too often. There is some other ways for black to fight for equality. For example, you can play c5, but I'm sure there is some more interesting options in this position. But queen d6 is
very unusual.
Yes, I think I saw it, but I struggling now to explain maybe this in an understandable way, because I also need to understand it myself first. One of the ideas of black is to protect the pawn b7. So, for example, bishop d7 maneuver is sometimes possible. Rasmus went back to e5. Now, bishop move is not that attractive. What is on the table? We can play something like rook d8, using this situation that queen left the d8 square, and so we can put our rook there and to put the pressure on d4. We can also try maybe to do something different with the move knight c6. The move is also typical for Catalan defense, for this type of positions. But how it is in this concrete situation, that's another matter. Black can still put maybe rooks on semi-open files to b8 to d8, and then to try to play c5.
I have to say, when I played on the black side against the Catalan, I was always a little bit worried about giving this kind of concession, with the pawn structure.
True. You need to have good nerves
Yes.
and know the theory.
Very well, yes.
So my choice may be the rook d8, because it looks attractive in combination maybe with the future move c5. So that would be my recommend. Actually, it was played. Okay.
Yes, rook d8.
It was played, and it was
Rasmus keeps blitzing.
immediately answered by queen c2. I was worried about this pressure, and Rasmus already knew the answer, that he is going to sacrifice the pawn.
Yes, so
Very
that was going to
interesting.
be my question. What happens if black takes the pawn?
Yes, that's of course the most principled move, but on the other hand, Diak could be sure that he is running into the preparation.
It's a little bit a concern when you know that your opponent has looked at this. Very good chance that he has looked at it even just this morning, and to take.
Or
that,
maybe 1 month ago, but doesn't matter.
Yes.
But he looked at it with computer and not just analyzed it with powerful engine and analyzed it deeply. So, and we know that Rasmus is actually, he likes to make a serious preparation for the games, and he takes chess very seriously. He works hard. So clearly he is ready here. We can guess only what is in his preparation. It took time to take a pawn. It took time for black. 2 moves, and then white probably can also attack this rook with bishop. Maybe after a4, knight b5, attack c7 again. So there is a kind of obvious compensation. White has some initiative for the pawn. But concrete, of course, is very, very interesting what Rasmus found in his analysis.
I have to say, this somehow has Magnus Carlsen written all over it in terms of, the Catalan. Like, I feel that he has really revived, or not revived, but contributed so much to the Catalan becoming so popular again. We've seen him sacrifice pawns in a lot of lines and doing it very successfully. So I think clearly Rasmus found some inspiration there.
True, of course, everybody in let's say top 100 are studying the modern games, studying the top tournaments, and they have maybe their own opinion about these positions. So we have a very interesting challenge here, actually. Would Diak dare to take the pawn on d4, or he would say, no, okay, I believe you. But in this case, if black is not taken, then white solve the problem, of c5, or probably solve the problem of c5. We can try to make this move, and just to see what's going on if black makes the most simple moves. White would have an option to play bishop g5 or just castle, and later maybe to go bishop g5. That's a situation what white is not against. Again, this bishop on g2 makes the big difference. Putting a pressure on b7 still, although it is protected, but it's always unpleasant. What we will be doing with our queen on a6 is a good question.
He did not take it, Arthur.
No, but that's a practical choice. It's a practical choice. If he would know maybe that Rasmus would sacrifice the pawn like this,
he would not even maybe play rook d8.
Maybe not, or maybe he would be prepared and he would be ready to take. But he played a more cautious move, knight bd7. It's actually not a bad idea if you are facing some preparation, not to run into it, or not to run into the main line of the preparation. And he can assume that maybe the move knight bd7, of course, could be also analyzed by Rasmus, but maybe not to this detail as rook takes d4. Yeah.
And I think clearly it has been analyzed, because Rasmus already played his response bishop f4.
which is natural move, and hitting the pawn c7 indirectly, yes, but looking at this direction creates some pressure. Yeah? So what black can do? Already a good question. Two reactions. Knight takes c5, maybe the most simple.
And now we take. How do we recapture?
Also good question. Both recaptures are possible. It depends what came in analysis.
We are wondering, but I think Rasmus knows the answer already.
He knows his choice, how he would play. We can only guess.
Yes.
So bishop takes and puts the pressure. For example, something like c5 happens, and white takes on c5. So it is a little bit of standard pressure, like in normal positions of Catalan. Yeah. Okay, the position of the queen is a little bit unusual, but it could be, let's say, on a5, and then it is normal.
Okay, so very interesting game here. I think we will move on. For now, we will let Deak think about his options, and we will check in with the last game that we have not seen yet, and that is Irvine Lamy, who, if you missed the start of the show, he is new to the tournament. He is replacing Dmitrij Kollars, who in turn is replacing, unfortunately, Vladimir Kramnik in the NC World Masters. So Irvine, he actually played the first 2 rounds of the Open tournament. Unfortunately, he lost yesterday to a much lower rated player. So I think in a way he will be happy, that he was promoted, let's say, because in the Open tournament he would face probably a few lower rated opponents for a few rounds.
I can imagine that he was not hesitating and accepted this chance, especially because we have this superstition or some saying that the player who is included in the tournament in the last moment, he will win it.
Yes.
So according to this theory, he should win it crushing, because he was included in the tournament even after it started. It
doesn't get more last minute than this.
No, it is really already after the last minute. So he could be very optimistic, but we will see if it holds. Let us show it from the beginning. And we also had here Catalan Opening. We don't see it yet, but after the move g3, we have a standard position of the Catalan Opening. My favorite variation, also bishop b4 check, but of course it was played also by many other people. The point is to lure the bishop on d2 and then to go back. It looks strange at the first glance, but in many cases this bishop is not doing anything on d2 and would be put back forwards to f4. So nobody then is losing a tempo, but white is losing an option to put the bishop on b2. That's it. Yeah? So that's a very small achievement for black, but some achievement that limits the choice of the opponent. Nevertheless, the theory of the last years develops here very, very intensively. I think I still had this position, and already this is a little bit philosophical for black, how to play it. Yeah? Sometimes people are putting knight on d7 before playing c6, and this time Pavel starts with c6 move. Nevertheless, this is a very solid system, very solid system for black. Only question here is how to develop the white squared bishop. Yeah? Black Otherwise, black has extremely solid position. Only way is to play b6 and then to put bishop on b7 and to a6. What is unusual is that Yanov is doing it immediately. So this may be some modern theory.
So what is usually
short castle kind
first,
of more
standard
way, but there is probably some interesting nuances here why he is doing this. b6, showing the cards. And we were talking about this position of the bishop on d2, that it is not very good position, yes, and that's why White now improves it. Another reason why White plays bishop f4 in this moment, because if Black chooses to put the bishop on more active position, White maybe would have an option to protect the pawn with knight bd2. So he needs this square for the knight. So that is one of possible explanation. Yanov plays more cautious way, bishop to b7. Irvine Lamy is one of the players who knows the theory very good.
Well, yeah, he's worked with a lot of top players, most recently with NHGiri, but I think also with many others before that.
I think he worked also with Veselin Topalov before.
I think so, yes.
And of course, if you're working as second in World Championship match, you know a lot of theory. You have to do a lot of support.
Homework.
Homework, yes. And here he makes the move knight bd2, so I'm not daring to criticize it. What I learned about some variations of the Catalan, that if bishop goes to b7, you may consider putting the knight on c3. But here the position is a little bit too complicated. There are many different ideas. One reason why White is putting knight on d2 is to prepare the move e4. And it probably also explains the answer of Yanov. He plays c5 immediately. So this is very interesting confrontation. If Yanov would castle, which is more conventionally, White would probably try to strike with e4.
Okay, this feels very much a bit like a theoretical battle still, I think.
Yes, very possible. Although if you look at the time, they both are thinking. So some element of surprise could be also here.
And now after Irvine captured on c5, again there are many options, I guess. How to recapture? Do we recapture with the pawn, the knight, the bishop?
Yes, we have like exactly three captures, and all of them may at least making sense. Yes, at least making sense. We can of course investigate, but I would. I may try to guess. Maybe bishop takes c5. But actually also knight takes c5 also makes perfect sense to me.
So let's say a piece.
Piece takes on c5, yes. B takes c5 is actually also possible, but let's say I try to take the bishop takes c5 for
then
knight.
I go for knight.
Okay.
Okay, we'll come back to this game. I think we're going to go back to the NC World Masters and check in with Mickey Adams and Daniel Friedman. So they played a Ruy Lopez, but remember that in this event the players are not allowed to castle. And okay, we've had a lot of developments, so let's go back to where we left it off.
Let me move them. I think we have it here. Sorry. Yes, that was the last move was Queen e7, and we thought about different tactical possibilities connected with the move. And one was take to e3 and play queen c5, attacking the bishop. Probably the reason for Michael to exchange it and to take it on c6, and now we have something like exchange variation of Spanish on the board. Again, very, very interesting that Daniel taking with b pawn and not with d pawn.
Is the standard recapture. So what's the idea behind b takes?
Well, it's actually also a reasonable way to do it, coming closer to the center. So both moves has some advantages. Yeah? If you take with d pawns, then bishop would be developed quicker, but the pawn structure is a little bit worse. Yeah? I think that Daniel considers that since the bishops would be exchanged, it's not make sense to play for advantage of two bishops, for example, because he put the bishop on c5 already, and he chooses the move which controls the central squares better.
Okay, so that makes sense. And now Mickey goes for another exchange, exchanging on c5 and queen d2.
So far, the main problem of the position is not solved. Yeah? The main problem, what to do with the king. So far, they're playing a nice positional game. That move h3 to prevent bishop g4, rook b8, b3. In a second, the initiative was on the black side, but now he doesn't have anything to attack. Not anymore. So simple development happened. And again, we have to switch off the engines because they're misleading.
Misleading us.
Misleading us because, of course, the move what was suggested was a short castle, which is not a
legal move.
Not a legal move here. Yes, yes. So then.
I was wondering, for white at least, can white later play g3, king f1, king g2? Can that be an idea?
True, this is one possibility. It takes 3 moves. And okay, let's say this is a plan of white. Another possibility is just to put king on e2 and then to move the rook and king f1. But at the moment, I think that Daniel is Daniel played
h6.
Played h6. They actually both already had the move. Yes. Daniel played h6, which we can also understand. He wants to control the square g5. It can make sense. And the move of Adams is very interesting, rook d1. I would say he prepares maybe the move d4. That's how I can understand it. Very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, who would, if you think if we saw a queen trade, who would that favor? If white manages, let's say, to go d4 and...
Well, obviously, what Michael is thinking that it's not to his disadvantage, at least, yes. So I just want to make it happen. Yeah. Let's say black plays king e7, and we play d4, take, and we're changing. Maybe we're changing queens. Like this. Now black, let's say black takes, and we have this type of position, bishop d7. I think that both players would be relieved now to get a normal position, to forget about this castling. Yes. Castling, king is good in the center, and they would be playing. I would say maybe I put the move king e2. After this, we can also check the position on the engine, I would say it is very close to equal position. Yeah. But it's not something what White should completely rule out, because he still has a little bit better pawn structure. Black has a reasonable bishop, so everything is normal. But pawn structure is something what wouldn't disappear. It's actually something happened in the game because
King F8.
King F8. I expected King E7, but there is probably a slower plan: King G8, King H7, and then to connect the rooks,
and maybe White can do the same.
Or to play G pawn and then King G7. Yes, so White also has the same concept. That's true. So now it is interesting how Adams would solve it, or he plays D4 now immediately. So that would be consistent to the move Rook D1.
Okay, we will see. We will see. I think we should leave these two again for now, and we will come back to the Germany, to the Grand Prix once again, and I think we will start from the beginning with Navara against Mcshane.
Yes, very interesting. I think we left the game in the moment where Black had the choice between different concepts, setups. He decided to play kind of Queen's Indian, Queen's Indian defense. And okay, this is actually standard position now, and Black has to do something in the center, and he chooses to play C5. Was it a surprise for Navarro? Hardly, because okay, that's one of the main options for Black, to create some pressure in the center. And David reacts in a very interesting way. He makes a move which is typical for Queen's Indian. But here we see that the position of the knight on D2 could be negative. Yeah, we blocked queen, and the second problem, what happened after pawn takes D4, White played knight H4. If knight would be still on B1, next move could be knight C3, increasing the pressure on D5. So here the position of the knight is not very favorable for David. So that explains this advantage of checking on B4, provoking white knight on D2.
What's not clear, I mean, is this a pawn sacrifice?
It is definitely now a pawn sacrifice. Maybe we can win it back. No, G6 actually is a very nice move. Very, very clever move to protect square 5. You could say pawn sacrifice, and then you probably need to unpin the bishop.
Yes.
Yeah? Playing bishop c6, and now you are ready to take back on d5. So to make it a real pawn sacrifice, white should take and to play e4. And very interesting position arises. And we know that David, first of all, he is very interesting, very creative player. Yeah? He's ready. It's actually something like this happened also in the game.
In the game, so let's see. So after G6?
Let's see the different move order. As I said, G6 is very, very interesting move, controlling the square 5, preventing knight e5. What White played after this?
White took.
He took on d5. Yeah. We can have it now. He took on d5. So Black basically got a tempo at G6, comparing to
the line we
that we were considering, and e4, and he went with bishop to c6.
And now, Arthur, you explain to me. I'm always so reluctant, I have to say. I'm a quite materialistic chess player. I'm always reluctant to give up a pawn unless I have some concrete attack, but this long-term, compensation or initiative, I'm struggling to understand a bit. So tell me, first of all, do you think that David has some here? And if so, where does it lie?
Well, first of all, I think it shows a little bit the character of the player. I think David was not happy with his game yesterday, and the tournament is very short.
Yes.
If he can do something today with white pieces, that would be great. And we see, of course, it is extremely risky what he is doing, but he's a very brave person and he's ready to take risks. So that's one thing. Objectively, we have even worse version, comparing to what we were doing before, because G6 could be very useful for black anyway to control the square 5. So I'm not sure that I really understand how exactly David would be attacking, but we can try to find it together. We can try maybe rook e1 to protect the pawn on e4, and then to prepare also the knight jump maybe to c4.
I mean, okay, if I can play d5, I guess I would love to.
Yes, that also opens a lot of development perspectives, yes, to d5. Serious move. Okay, let's see what is going on. Bishop takes back. Our problem, again, I hate to say it, but our problem is knight d2. Okay, let us put it somewhere. And
I'm also worried about the knight on h4.
True. But
It's also not clear what is that knight doing there.
We are going to sacrifice it on f5. It is clear. It is clear. So that's the big plan. Put the bishop on h6 and then somehow sacrifice.
Then let's go.
Let's go for everything. Yes. Again, very brave play, because I don't think you can prove the compensation. It's not. It's not easy. At least it's not easy. But simply David takes the risk and hopes that he puts the concrete problems and put the pressure. Let me try to bring one or two moves.
Well,
simply.
actually, David, he didn't go for rook e1. He has just played e5 immediately.
Okay. So sorry about this suggestion.
No.
But just we finish.
Yes.
We finish it here on a complicated note.
Yes.
Messy. And to say, it would be safe to say white has to prove that he has compensation for the pawn.
And it's not clear that he has it.
It's not clear, or it's not clear that he has enough compensation for the pawn. But there was it's not what happened in the game. Different ideas from Navara. Let us quickly see two last moves. And Navara played e5.
e5, yeah.
Okay, this is something. This is something. What does it mean? Knight e8 was an
More or
answer.
less forced, yeah.
Yes, there were some other squares, but probably Mcshane also thought knight can go to g7 later. Just to mention some other moves, what it would be, knight h5, to do the same what an opponent is doing, and knight d5, knight could be attacked probably immediately. Yes, so maybe there were not so many.
Yeah, that's
so
why
many
Luke played it
options.
so fast.
And probably he was considering e5 because it's a natural move. He was considering it before. Actually, I also think that it was not possible to take on g2 intermediate move because
F6.
white can take on f6. And such variations could be calculated, and now we have white having two pieces.
Okay, black has a rook and 2 pawns.
Rook and 2 pawns. But again, since David was taking so much risks,
Yes.
okay, it's not a worse situation than it was
Yes,
before.
I think this actually looks much better for him than what he has in the game.
At least from material,
Yes.
yeah, if he can organize attack here,
Yes.
he is absolutely fine. So we have here something a little bit more strange with bishop takes g2, but again, not necessary for Luke to go for such a strange line. Knight e8, keeping the pawn up, yeah, and attacking the knight on h4 at the same time. Okay, this is interesting. So, knight e4.
Okay.
Because to retreat to f3, I don't believe that David will retreat with the knight. I think he will go all in here, and as the poker friends are saying.
Okay, so I have a few questions here. Okay, my first question is, what if I take on h4?
That's a very good question. We need to look at it. But don't take second time.
Oh, because I get
because
trapped.
bishop g5.
Oh, very nice.
You are not exactly trapped yet, but very close to
Very
it.
close,
Very
too
close
close.
to it. It's too dangerous, yes, and queen is...
I am actually not trapped.
Now we are trapped, yes. But of course, this is just illustrative. And white would have some dark squares compensation. As a matter of fact, David was suffering in the first round game because he gave up his bishop to c3, and he had the same structure on the king side. So maybe he wants his opponent to suffer.
To suffer the same way.
To suffer same way. I would expect knight e4, yeah, because it is, okay, it's very sharp, but it's probably the proper way to play this position for white. To be active, there is...
Yes. I mean, also Luke, of course, doesn't have to take on h4.
No, it was like just one option.
One of my questions.
Just one option, which should be clarified. Yeah? But I think it is a little bit dangerous for black because of clear compensation on the dark squares.
Yeah, so what other option? Knight g7 that you mentioned earlier?
Knight g7 is an option, or the principled move
d5.
d5 need of course to be examined carefully. If it works, then it is a good move. White doesn't have a choice, in my opinion. Yeah, we need to take en passant. Please, dear friends, look how it happened. This en passant move is tricky.
Yes.
So we took on d6.
So I guess knight takes.
This is actually one of the one of the strange chess rules. Yes,
Sure.
We are coming back in time and taking on the way. Yeah, that's something very, very, very interesting going on. Knight takes d6, and now. Yeah, that's actually a very interesting variation. That's what black is examining.
I mean, I have to say, I already said earlier, I like to hold on to my material in general, but sometimes at least I look at it and I can understand. But here I would be very happy to be black, to take the extra pawn. Sometimes I'm a little bit afraid, in their position, but here it doesn't look like at least there is anything immediate.
No, we also we want to exchange queens, or we're reducing the material. Okay,
I think
it is
also
tricky.
David's time consumption indicates that something is not going so right.
Well, it definitely shows that it was improvisation.
Yes.
So that gives also Mcshane some confidence,
Yes.
true. Yeah, so he can trust his
Yes.
what he sees on the board.
Yes. Well, speaking of Mcshane, I think that's a perfect segue for us to go into our first break of the day. And during this break, we will show you the interview that Patrick Zalbel conducted with Luke Mcshane yesterday after his win, where Luke demonstrates some moves and some ideas. So we hope you enjoyed the video, and we will be back after that with the continuation of today's round.
So we are here after the first round of the Deutschland Grand Prix of the Sparkassen Chess Trophy 2022, and I'm here with Luke Mcshane, who won a nice game against Matthias Blübaum. Congratulations, Luke.
Thank you.
You got an opening with the Russian defense, and it seemed pretty solid for black, but somehow in the middle game, here we have the position after 60 moves, you squeezed out a little bit, yeah?
Yes, I think the most important feature of this position is that I have an opportunity after King F2, Knight G7, Bishop F4. I have this opportunity to trade the dark squared bishops, and by contrast, because I control the F5 square, it's pretty difficult for black to trade the light squared bishop.
Yeah.
And that gives me a kind of long-term advantage. So knight e6, knight takes e6, bishop takes e6, rook e1, rook e8. Very kind of pretty simple.
And the problem is that you can never go to F5.
Exactly.
Black, yeah?
Black would like to trade some pieces, but it will always come at a serious cost to the pawn structure. So okay, I have time to double my rooks. Bishop d7. Okay. Let's now take the chance to improve the knight. And now, okay, this is a possible moment for bishop f5.
All right.
And I have to remember what I was planning in this position. I think I wanted to play knight f4. And now, if bishop takes d3, knight takes d3, knight f5, probably I get a chance to take this pawn on d5.
If you would take here, then g4.
Yeah, knight takes h4. Yeah, well, maybe g4, or also I could consider rook d7.
Okay.
Maybe I'm not sure if that's working here. Okay, I thought the position was quite promising, but actually I
some
don't
opportunities
remember.
because of the knight.
Exactly, I don't remember exactly my intention.
Okay.
So yeah, knight e2, as it was, everything kind of continued without any big drama. So g3, and now okay. So the basic point is that now if black plays bishop f5, I take. And I can take the pawn on h5, and I'm just collecting a pawn like this.
Yes, one pawn up.
So after bishop c8, well, I thought perhaps he's, I don't know, something maybe with rook d6, or I don't know. I think he's kind of waiting. So I thought I should maybe open a second front. A5, b4.
These are beautiful moves, yeah, just improving your position because he is passive.
Exactly. And of course, if he doesn't play a5, then I might push my own pawn, and lots of little things for black to worry about. So takes, and now this was the critical moment when he played knight f5. It was one of the important ideas is that if black plays bishop f5, I play a5, bishop takes d3, knight takes d3, and now this structure on the queen side is very favorable for white. For example, after knight f5, I can play rook takes c8, rook takes c8, rook takes c8, king takes c8, knight c5. And now if black plays knight d6, it looks like black is holding the queen side, but actually not. I take on b7,
That's
and
pretty, yeah.
after a6, the pawn can't be stopped.
Very nice.
So coming back to this position, this structure has kind of improved for white.
Yeah.
He played knight f5, which perhaps it was a mistake, but he can't kind of wait forever, and I don't know what was better. And now I had a long, my first, I think, really long think of the game, because I was tempted to trade all of the rooks, and this kind of endgame, I was trying to judge what my winning chances here were. I thought it was some quite good chances, but after all, I decided that what I did was more promising. Yeah. So bishop takes f5, knight takes
again,
h5.
this motif that you take on h5.
Exactly.
Yeah?
So the reason he has done this at this moment is that now he can play bishop. Pardon me. He took the rook first.
First taking and
then bishop c2,
attacking your pawn.
So he's winning the pawn back on. Yes, but now I have this opportunity to play knight h5, bishop takes a4, and then g4. Material is equal, but this knight on f6 is extremely strong, because it means that, for example, after bishop b5, king e3, if black ever tries to activate the rook, then, the rook simply has to stay on the back rank, because for example, g5, rook a4, rook e8, and it's always going to be mate.
Yes.
So he played.
So basically,
b6.
You thought that you are already winning here in the game, or?
Well, I think the position should be winning for white with best play, but you still have to win the game.
Yeah, sure.
My knight looks very nice, but how do I, push it? b6. Okay. g5 was a blunder. Okay.
According to the engine, he wants to play f4, f5, and maybe open up.
So I had a nice idea here.
But you played f4 afterwards, yeah?
I played, yes. Okay. My idea was to play king f4. And then I thought he might sacrifice a pawn to get some activity. And then I was thinking about playing king g5. And
going for mate, or what?
King h6, d3, king h7. d2,
king h8,
king h8 d1 queen, knight h7 mate.
Winning a brilliant surprise.
It would have been great, but somehow I guessed that it would go wrong somewhere. I mean, for example, black could try bishop d7, and now if I do the same thing, I'm too slow.
Yeah, or maybe rook d6 also.
Maybe rook d6 is much better. You're right.
So it can go wrong for
exactly.
white.
I kind of you daydream sometimes during games, and this is what I was daydreaming about.
Yeah.
Okay, I played g5, and bishop c4.
Okay, engine says that this was the only chance for black not to go c5 somehow.
I mean, so I considered it, but I wasn't very worried about it. I think I was maybe planning to take on d5. Takes, knight takes, and now maybe something like bishop c6, knight takes b6, c takes b4.
Okay. And
d5.
The pawn up
like
in
this.
the endgame looks good.
Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure about it, but it looked quite promising.
So maybe we can show until the type control and the things, then you were much better.
Yeah, bishop c4, f4, c5, takes.
Trying
d4.
to get anything, he gave away a pawn, yeah?
Yeah, because if he waits forever, I will then play f5.
Push f5 and
h. Yeah. So rook a8, and now, well, the problem is it's still a little bit difficult for me to finish off the game, but okay, rook e4.
Yeah, you managed to
Rook
win
a2,
the
king
pawn.
c1. But he came up with quite a clever idea to play king e7. And I've won 2 pawns, but my king is terrible, and you know he's kind of coordinated his pieces, and he's threatening to play rook a5, and somehow this pawn is not so easy to defend. But I came up with this quite nice idea of playing knight g8, king e8.
Repeating once, yeah.
I did this like this, and then playing c6. And now the idea is that if he plays rook a6, I can play rook d6 and just defend the pawn from the side, and the knight is guarding e7.
Yeah.
So he played rook a8, knight f6, king e7, and then this idea knight d7. And I think after this, I was pretty confident that I was going to win.
Yeah.
For example, if he plays rook d8, then I think I can actually even just win this pawn endgame quite comfortably.
Yes.
I think the simplest way to win is to play f5.
Typical, yeah.
And now if he takes on f5, my pawn, well, it's not strictly speaking too fast, but this will be winning quite comfortably.
Yeah.
And
so after rook a5,
well, rook a5,
king e2, then you put your knight to e5, yeah?
knight e5, exactly, and
Okay.
and yeah, to be honest, now there is not too much more to say. I just needed to be accurate for a few more moves. So yeah.
A very nice strategic game in the middle game.
Thank
Very
you.
nice.
Thank
I hope you liked the stage here in Dortmund.
Yes,
for
yes,
playing.
very, very nice. Yeah, I'm delighted to have started with a win. So
Okay.
yes,
Yeah,
feeling good.
Thanks for your time, and looking forward to see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome back to day 2 of the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy. We are back and we're delighted to be joined by Grandmaster Matthias Blühbaum. Matthias, welcome.
Yeah, welcome and thanks for having me.
Well, thank you for joining us. First, let's talk about the tournament here you're playing this year in the German Grand Prix. Yesterday, of course, was not the start you were hoping for, but how does it feel here to be playing in Dortmund?
No, it generally feels good to be back in Dortmund. I played here quite some times, at least also in the Open tournament as a kid and like once in the Super tournament in 2017, so I'm happy to be back here, but of course not really happy with the start, so I hope I can do better in the next rounds.
Well, there are still some rounds to go. You said you played here a few times this year. You're not here on your own. You're here, I heard, with your father and your sister.
Yeah, they're playing the Open tournament, so and it's not far from our home, so it was kind of natural that they're playing here.
How is it to be going to a tournament, let's say, with the family?
I mean, it's nice because they're not there's that often nowadays. I mean, as a kid it was normal, but now it's not so often, so it's kind of nice to have this once again.
Do you help them sometimes? Do you look at the games together in the evening or help with preparation a little bit?
I have a little bit, but of course I have to play myself, so basically, I mean, I can give them some hints if they're asking for a line or something, but we are also not having exactly the same opening repertoires anymore, so it's... But yeah, if I can help a little bit, yeah, I will do it, but not too much. Yeah.
What are their levels, just so we know?
My father is like 2250 something, and my sister is 20,050.
Okay.
2050.
So a strong chess family.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Did you learn chess from your father, or?
Yeah, exactly.
Like so many, so many other people.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's talk about today's games. You had 1 hour before you came here. Did you look at what's going on?
Yeah, of course. I checked briefly what was happening, and I think we have quite some interesting games today. So.
Well, and maybe Artur, we can start with the game where we left off before the break. David Navarro against Luke Mcshane.
True, because something happened. Yes, okay, only one move, but very interesting move. Navara shows his ambitions. Played Queen G4, but still rather risky move. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, he played the whole game very ambitious. I mean, taking the pawn with D5 is quite ambitious, and now Queen G4. I mean, he's just going for one direction, so we'll see what's happening. But of course, it's not clear how good his compensation is right now. So
it's also understandable that Luke is not taking on H4, although the move is rated high by engine, but you don't want maybe to give up the dark squared bishop so clearly.
Yeah, on general grounds not. I mean, if you calculate very well, you can do it, of course, but like if the white squared bishops are exchanged and you take on H4, of course, knight E4 and bishop G5 or bishop H6 is coming, so you have to be like quite precise. If you
So he just took on G2, which looks like a safer choice, yeah, also to open the squares for the knight.
Exactly, and now Navarro has to decide if he wants to take with the king or with the knight, actually, because so Mcshane still has maybe one more chance to take on H4 or not, but so I think it's very natural to take there first, because knight G2 is also not what you really want. The knight is a bit passive on G2.
Yes,
So you lose more
retreating
time.
backwards.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, knight C6 feels very natural now, and now you have to defend E5 somehow.
Let's say something.
Yeah, knight
like
F3
knight
is-
F3. And maybe D5.
Yeah,
whatever,
D5.
yeah.
At some point you probably have to break there to get your pieces out.
Let
So-
me ask you just about the general strategy of David. Do you think this pawn sacrifice is prompted by how short the tournament is? He lost yesterday. Do you think if yesterday had gone differently, maybe we would see a different approach?
I mean, generally he's quite an ambitious player, so I think he just wants to go for the most ambitious line. He wants to fight for an advantage, and probably he didn't like the other alternatives instead of D5. He probably felt like it's not enough. So I'm not sure if it's only because of his last game. I mean, it might have some influence, but he's always very ambitious.
Yes.
So he proved it again by taking with the king. So he chooses the most sharp line
Of
if
course,
he has
yeah.
a choice. Yeah.
Yeah, feels correct with his strategy, but yeah, so now Mcshane once again has to decide if he wants to take on H4 or not, but probably it's not necessary. I mean,
Yet, yeah. So because but
Okay.
knight E5 may follow, yes.
of course, yeah, that's like one of the moves that's coming. But
So D5, D6, D5.
yeah, actually, that's a good question. If D5 or D6, because D6 might be a bit more forcing in some way, but it also weakens the diagonal. So if Queen S3, maybe you have to play D5 anyway. I'm not sure. So D5 and
And
okay.
that's a white is trying
yeah,
to...
I mean,
to-
E takes D6 is just basically saying you did something wrong as white. So knight F5 feels much more natural. Yeah, but H5 forces you to take on E7. Yeah.
Looks like...
I mean,
first-
okay, maybe you can play Queen F3 or Queen H3 and say, if you take on F5, I will take some pawns and your king is weak, but it feels like a bit too much, to be honest.
So more sane would be exchange, and
Yeah, but
now
exchanging doesn't feel great.
where is the compensation? Yeah?
Yeah, knight G7 and to E6, or the other, develop the other knight, it's, yeah, knight C6, knight F3, and then knight G7, and you're just a pawn up. And actually a very nice pawn up. At some point you will play D4 and you just...
True.
Yeah, it
And
seems
we
very
can
good.
checkmate because of knight F5.
Yeah,
Just checking, yes, that we are not blundering some
yeah,
attack.
that's kind of important. Yeah. True.
It doesn't look so good for David at the moment. Yeah?
So is there maybe an improvement after D5?
Yeah, we have to check again, I guess. So D5.
So we just looked at the move knight F5. Actually.
Yeah. Yeah, but after knight F5, H5 is kind of forcing, because if you don't want to sack the piece, but I mean, maybe you would actually do it, but it feels like a bit too much. Yeah, but E takes D6, I just don't like. Knight takes D6, you develop the pieces as black, and
Okay, some position like this.
yeah, you can play it, but still it's just a pawn down. I mean, it's not as bad as the other position we just saw, I guess, but
Still, where is the attack?
yeah, and E takes D6 is kind of agreeing that you don't have a sufficient attack, so I actually can't imagine he would go E takes D6 somehow. I mean,
would be a certain concession as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
But okay, if he has to, maybe he will.
Then
Do you feel that things have already gone wrong for David a little bit?
At least it looks like it. I mean, maybe we're missing something, but so far not really. I mean, also his time is not looking great, so probably is not too comfortable.
So we have.
But okay, he didn't play d5 yet, so maybe he will play something else. It's also not forced to play d5, maybe.
True. Okay. Also, he can take on
Yeah, he can
h4.
take still.
Sounds also reasonable.
Yeah, and also
Or
knight c6 is a possible move just to develop.
Yes. So he has some
Yeah.
some choice as well.
Yeah, it's not so easy for black as well, but I mean, every move looks kind of good for black, so we will be kind of happy for now.
So let's move on and have a look maybe at your teammate in the German team. You will be flying to Chennai together very soon. Rasmus Wanne is playing white against Deak. We haven't looked at that in a long time. We saw it, we left off. Rasmus had blitzed out everything. I think we left after bishop f4.
Yeah, it's a very curious position somehow.
That's what happened, and now knight h5 was played. Okay, hitting the bishop is a typical idea.
Yeah,
So
kind of. But I mean, with the queen on a6, somehow all the positions seem a bit strange, but okay. Bishop e3 is more or less natural, I would say, and okay, when c5.
no, the problem now that
Yeah,
you
you
can't
can't
take
take, your
because
knight
of
is
the
just
stupid
dead.
knight on h5.
Yeah.
So c5 looked.
And knight f6 back, probably he wouldn't go bishop f4, but something else. And knight f6 back just doesn't have a threat. I guess, okay, your threat is to take on e5, maybe.
True, that's what some people are doing. And,
Yeah, it's in Catalan, it's very typical to just go knight h5, chase the bishop and then go back, but I guess he would go knight e3 here as well and claim his bishop is improved a little bit to play against c5.
Okay, something like this can.
I'm not sure. I mean, because if your castle then maybe takes a knight g4, so you have to do something. Okay. But anyway.
Nevertheless, c5 is a typical
Yeah, it's a
move.
very natural move.
Good. So the answer was a little bit surprising, yes? Knight d3.
A bit, yeah. Okay, I guess he just wasn't sure what exactly to do. So if he castles, I guess black just takes on d4 and e5, I assume. Because that's like the most natural move to me, just to castle, but I guess then it's not that bad for black. It takes in bishop d7 and you're in time to get bishop c6 and probably it's not much.
Rook c8, bishop c6, and okay, reasonable position for black.
Yeah, it seems absolutely fine. So I guess he didn't like that, and so what else can you do? Takes on d7, you take on d4 first, or what's the... rook
Let me
d1,
see
yeah.
if there is some point in putting rook on d1.
Yeah, so I guess takes still, yeah. And
There is some small point that maybe I'm preventing bishop d7 at the end. Yes.
yeah, with bishop c7 row, I guess. Yeah.
For example, yes. So let us
Yeah,
put
something.
this variation. So if bishop d7, then bishop c7.
Yeah, I was wondering about bishop c6, but I guess somehow it works out, yeah. Yeah,
No,
just take.
everybody takes everything.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I guess...
And rook g1, possible.
Yeah, or even take on e7 and trap the bishop with f3. It's you need to calculate it. Like in the game, you're not very convinced this is easy, but I guess
No,
the knight is bad, the bishop is
with
bad.
black, we are risking to lose the piece.
Yeah, king f2 is threatening or something. Yeah, no. But at least it's not that obvious from afar that rook d1 it's not possible for black to go like this. So, but I guess he doesn't have to take on d5 immediately. Yeah.
So he can take on d1, but then
Then it looks good for white.
looks good. It is kind of typical position. Yes. Now.
Yeah, if you can't
bishop
develop, it's
bishop on c8 stuck, and bishop g2 makes a difference. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this should be some edge. I mean, maybe you don't have to take on e5 after bishop takes d4. Maybe this is too early.
True. But then how do we
just
play
maybe
knight
move
f6?
the knight back first.
Maybe more solid continuation.
Okay. But still, like for a Catalan player, this looks like a very pleasant position. You should have some slight pressure here, I feel like.
You probably know this variation, queen d6, queen a6.
I know it, but I'm also not a big specialist, but I know that Dirk has played this already at least once. I mean, I probably shouldn't say too much about the opening because I'm playing him with white as well, but I mean, this queen d6 is playable, but it's kind of shaky. I never really liked it as black because like there are more solid options for black. This queen d6, queen a6 is very computerish somehow, but it should work out, and I think Rasmus just surprised him with this line.
Let me ask you a question. Do you sometimes get thoughts like, you say you're going to play Dirk as white as well, and you see this line and you think, why didn't he play this against me, or something like this?
Yeah, maybe. Sometimes you get these thoughts, like you see that somebody else gets exactly the line you wanted to get, and you're a bit unhappy because it's definitely not going to happen one more time,
Yes.
but okay, that's life, yeah.
So knight d3 happened, yes?
Yeah, knight d3 is...
Knight d3 and black played c5,
Yes.
c4.
Yeah, now it's very double-edged also for white, because after c4, like the other positions we just saw were just like for 2 results basically, and now after c4 at least it's a bit more double-edged.
It is slightly unusual decision to retreat the knight. Like
So he's
this.
still thinking, yeah. Maybe
Now
he
he
didn't.
still
Maybe he
thinks.
underestimated c4 or something. At
So-
least, or he didn't expect it.
So that means that he thought only
He
about
probably
this.
felt this is going to happen, and he probably thought like not exchanging some pieces now, and it's not so easy for black to develop.
So something like this, maybe a continuation. And then try
Yeah,
to
but then knight c5, yeah, or something. I mean, or knight e5 now. Probably is even better.
Okay. They're coming backwards and now
Yeah, now the
prevented
knight on
bishop c6.
the knight on f8 is bad probably. And yeah, this is good. I guess he expected c takes d4.
Just to investigate it one more
Yeah,
move.
queen e2 to
Yes.
attack b7.
Yes,
Now this looks.
that's what I like very much. Yeah,
Yeah, this is a dream Catalan position to just
Just
take
to
b7.
show it to our spectators. Yeah,
Yeah, you
bishop
can't
is
even go
putting
rook b8. It's
on b7.
it's very unpleasant to protect.
And a7 is handed.
Yeah,
yes, as
exactly. I mean, you don't want to go rook db8, so like I'm not even sure what you're going to do.
well. How to protect
I mean, it's not
this.
hanging because of rook b8, rook b2 and something. So not yet hanging, but still this looks very good for white, yeah.
So something like this could be an idea of Rasmus, but it's not what happened. It's not what happened because Diak played.
Yeah, he played c4 because
Very
I guess he
con-
just didn't like c takes d4, and now after c4 it's once again playing for three results, I guess.
And Rasmus has just played knight
He went
e5.
back.
Knight e5.
Yeah, it's a natural move, but I mean somehow it feels a bit strange to just provoke c4 and then go back, but okay. So I still don't want to take on e5, definitely. But now knight f6 is more natural because, like before after knight f6 we just said knight e3 and then black can't go c5, but now we definitely don't have that move. And you kind of have to calculate knight takes e5 and knight g4, so if you want to castle then
We have
You
to
have
look at
yeah.
this position.
this, and okay, knight g4 maybe is not good because you just go bishop f4, and I
Bishop
think
f4.
g5 is probably too much. but-
Very, very spectacular.
yeah, but you still have to calculate
Need
that
to,
it's
need to calculate if you have.
takes knight e4, I guess, to
compensation.
check, and then
And
after
bishop
h6 you have
c6.
bishop c3 or something. Yeah, it feels like definitely a decent compensation.
There is probably some other moves, but that looks interesting enough for the first attempt.
Yeah, I guess Rasmus wouldn't be too unhappy with this. This seems good.
So that means that black probably would
Yeah, I mean,
prefer knight d5.
yeah, because after knight g4 you're kind of forced to play with g5 because otherwise your knight is bad, so knight d5. And this is very hard to evaluate actually. I'm not sure where you want to move the bishop because I don't want to take on d5 normally, but maybe because the
bishop
d4
is coming, yes?
yeah, but maybe you could argue that the pawn on c4, so you have the d4 square for your bishop, and then you can go f4, f5. But it's not the typical Catalan position anymore. This is just
Strange
unusual.
structure and
Yeah.
very
yeah, so,
unbalanced, very unbalanced
Yeah.
structure now.
I mean, normally you wouldn't want to take on d5, so maybe He can also move bishop d2 or something, I don't know, after knight d5.
But here we can just show, yeah, that white has 5 pawns against 3 pawns on the king side.
White wants to play f4, f5 basically
And
at some
attack,
point,
yeah,
but
keep
after f4,
attacking.
g6 will be coming probably, and then it's not so easy to get f5. I'm
And
not sure.
black has some advantage on this side.
Yeah, probably. Maybe you want to even exchange the bishop on d4 because it's so good at some point that... Okay, it's just a very complicated position.
And yeah, the has gone back to f6. I
Yes.
think we can move on from this game, although it is very interesting. Just before we move on, talking about Rasmus, as I said, you guys are teammates. Have you had any training camps preparing for the Olympiad together?
Actually, unfortunately not, because we wanted to do a training camp, but then Dortmund was exactly before the Olympiad, so we basically didn't have time. Normally you would do it like 1 or 2 weeks earlier to have a training camp and then travel together to India.
Yeah.
But it's not really possible. We still fly like 1 or 2 days earlier, but it's not really a training camp.
No.
It's just getting accommodated in India.
So not only did you not have a training camp, but you're here as competitors in the field. How does that feel to here be sort of competing against each other, and next week you'll be fighting on the same side?
It's kind of a normal thing in chess because, like in all the leagues, in some leagues you play with some guys on the team, and in the next league in some other country you're playing against him. So it's not really unusual in chess.
Yes.
And of course I've played Rasmus a lot of times, but obviously it's not nice to play like against the people you know for quite a while. So, but okay, it's just chess. I also played Rasmus in the Bundesliga weekend just 1 week ago. So what to do?
Nothing new.
Yeah.
And just about the Olympiad, it will be your 3rd Olympiad. What are your thoughts about Chennai next week?
To be honest, I'm not really looking forward to going to India. It will be quite hot there, and even here the temperatures are way too warm for me already, so I'm not looking forward to that. But on the other hand, I'm looking forward to the Olympiad. I think we have a good team, and I hope we can do well.
I mean this year maybe the weakest Olympiad ever, with Russia missing, with China missing. Do you guys think that maybe you can go for medals, or have you not? Do you not want to set any goals like that?
I don't think we will set any goals like that. I mean, we just want to play as good as we can, and then at some point in the tournament we have to see how good it's going, if we have some chances to fight for the medals, because like a lot of things can go wrong in the first rounds, and if the first rounds go well, you can still see if you can fight for the medals.
Okay, well, we'll be very interested to follow you there, and let's move on maybe to the last game, at least in the Grand Prix, which is Irvine Lamy against Yanov. Maybe a question, a new player in the tournament today. Of course, not for the reason that we were hoping for. In case you missed the start of the show, unfortunately, Kramnik tested positive to COVID, so there's been a change. Irvine Lamy has joined the Grand Prix, and Dmitrij Kollars has joined the NC World Masters. So what are your thoughts on a new player in the tournament?
Yeah, I was kind of shocked when I read the message today. I mean, luckily I don't have to play against Dmitrij or Irvine today, so I guess for Yanov it's a bit strange, because he probably prepared against Dmitrij, and then it's very short notice, but okay, you have to do something. It's just a bad situation for everyone, I guess. For me it's not that horrible, because I have some more days before I have to play him, so I can get used to that thought. I mean, obviously it's not nice to get some new pairing in the middle of the tournament, but yeah, what to do with COVID? So I guess it's good we have some player to fill up the tournament. So
I wanted to ask you if you had the opportunity to prepare for everybody before the tournament.
yeah, I would normally want to do that, but I didn't prepare too much, to be honest, so it's not that bad. It's not like I spent a week only to prepare against Dmitrij and all of this is gone. So I'm not that incredibly sad about it. Yeah.
Great. Let us see what happened in the game. I think we left in a quite normal situation after d takes c5. We were thinking how Yanov would take, and I think I won.
You won bishop takes,
with
yeah?
bishop, yes. But everything was possible,
Yeah,
so
of
it
course.
was just... and now we have a kind of typical position, 95 again, trying to use the pin on a big diagonal.
Yeah, this seems more or less natural.
Seems all moves are very natural.
Rook 81 is also kind of natural, I guess.
And Rook AC8 is even more natural.
Yeah.
Preparing maybe some catastrophic blows if white is not careful. But
That would be quite a cold shower for Irvine on his first day.
That wouldn't be a good start to the tournament, but okay, c takes d5 is not going to happen.
But that also probably means that he need to think about the pawn on c4, what he did with the move b3. I don't know how successful is this defense, because
I guess he just wants a diagonal to play like queen b2 or something and pressure against d6. I guess
that is true, but also the move of Pavel is very typical. He just went, I think, queen e7, is it correct?
I'm not sure.
No, I think he hasn't. If we look at the camera...
He's still thinking.
He's thinking.
Okay, I thought that he already played queen e7, which could be, of course, candidate move.
Yeah.
What else if you want to consider the position and to search some more candidate moves?
I'm not sure. I mean, queen e7 is like the first thing that comes to mind. Not sure if he's looking for something else. I mean, of course you can think about knight g4 or something, but I'm not even sure what you are trying to do with that. Like, if the bishop just moves back,
bishop goes away.
You don't really want to take on f2.
And this is maybe very, very sharp, just to go for some checkmating operation on the king side, which doesn't seem to be so.
But queen e7 would be kind of the sane choice in this tournament with black, but maybe this is interesting.
And I don't believe that we can continue attack. It's not much. No follow-up.
Probably taking on f2 is a bit too much.
Okay, but so that means that very probable move would be queen e7.
This is quite likely. Then queen b2, I think, is his idea. And then you're in time to play rook fd8 or something to be able to take back on d5 with a piece in the end. So like queen takes, cd5, bishop d5 seems perfectly fine for black, I think. Rook takes, and you have to calculate knight e4.
Some tricks, but probably it still
you
goes
can take
well.
Because knight f6, king g7, knight h5, king h6.
Let us show this variation.
Time to catch the knight.
Viewers, yes. So then it would be about equal position.
You have to take back, you have to, but you still need to make some move with black here because rook is, maybe this, and the rook endgame is just a draw, and otherwise it's not clear where you want to go with your knight. This should be fine.
In a way, I think it would not be so surprising to have a quiet game between the two players who both of them didn't have much time to prepare. Irvine now, not only for you guys, it's one new player. For Irvine, it's a whole new tournament.
But we thought, Fiona, that Irvine will be crushing everybody now because
you thought this.
I thought it because he's
told me that most of the time when someone jumps in last minute, they go ahead and win the tournament. But also Irvine, he didn't. Okay, he joined this tournament last minute, but we shouldn't forget that he had a painful loss in the Open yesterday. He lost to a player rated around 2,300, so he also, in a way, just needs to get into this new tournament.
It is interesting to have a restart opportunity.
Yes. Very strange situation.
Don't they have in poker, like you can if you get eliminated, you can buy in again or something like this.
Re-enter the tournament, yes.
Re-enter a new tournament. It's very interesting, but of course it makes sense for him to play a solid game at first and see what happens. But I think it's quite a balanced position so far.
So actually Pavel is still thinking, so maybe he considers some sharper opportunities.
Maybe, I mean, he won yesterday, so if he can win with black today, it would be huge for his tournament. So if he feels like he has chances, he might go for it.
Actually, how do you feel about such a short format, only 7 rounds?
Yeah, it's a very short tournament, so like every full point is very important for the tournament standings, especially with black. Like if Pavel wins today, he is like +2 already, and before the tournament I felt like +2 might even be a winning score after 6 rounds, because we all play 6 games, so +2 would be amazing. But yeah,
Maybe
I guess he's
even,
still deciding if
even clear first place.
Could
yeah,
be.
could be. But okay, we had all decisive games yesterday, and also today the games look like they could be decisive. So maybe +2 was not a good guess before the start. Yeah, we see.
What do you think about this new form of chess? No castling.
Yeah, let's go there. Let's bring
Yeah,
up Mickey's
let's see
game
the
against
game.
Friedman.
I mean, to be honest, I've never tried it out so far. But I
now-
see they both already went King F8, King F1, so now we just have a normal chess game. Yeah, you don't need to recall that you are not allowed to castle, because now you're not allowed anyway.
No castling anyway.
Yeah. I mean, would be a more normal position if both are just castled kingside somehow, then there would be a very normal position. Now it's a bit
But,
strange.
let
Let's
us
go
show.
back.
Yeah, sure.
Let us show what happened, because
Yeah, I mean, the opening phase is already interesting, I guess.
yes, at this moment, last moment we saw black played King F8, and we thought about D4 possibility, but for some reasons, Michael first played King E2.
Yeah, I
Yes.
guess here he maybe wanted to go Rook E1 and King F1 or something.
True,
Seems
yeah,
very natural.
that looks good. But here he changed his mind. What was the reason why he changed his mind? He played D4
Maybe he
now.
just didn't like black to play C5 and prevent D4.
Okay.
Maybe he
and
just-
so now he was not really enthusiastic. Black probably would play maybe G6, King G7, and
Yeah.
also finish.
Yeah,
the
both
game.
kings are safe, but I mean, white is lacking somehow this D4 break, so
So
it's
that-
understandable he wants to go D4, but somehow it feels strange to go King E2 first and then D4, but of course I'm not an expert in no castling chess, so
So
maybe
that's what we were thinking. We were analyzing, I guess, D4 on similar position
he takes,
and take with
yes.
queen. Or
You know-
yeah,
knight
knight is also possible, I
also
guess.
possible.
What is funny, I was just looking at the player cameras, and Daniel looks very relaxed.
Yeah, but he always looks relaxed during his games.
He's not stressed by the
Yeah,
fact he
it's
cannot
very-
castle.
It's very hard to stress him out during a chess game. He's very experienced and he's always just very relaxed at the board and enjoying himself. Yeah.
Okay, and now we almost got there. The C5 happened.
Yeah, C5 is natural.
White went away with queen. Now Rook
Yeah, Rook
E8.
E8,
Yes,
also
very natural move, hitting white on E line, and of course now you run away as quick
now
as
he-
possible.
Yeah, now he wasn't in time to go Rook H1, because I guess that's what you want to do. You want to go Rook E1 and then King F1 to be very safe, but I guess D5 or something
Too
is...
late. Yeah,
It's just too late, yeah.
Too late. D5 hitting.
Yeah,
Let us show.
yeah.
Okay, that's not much to
Yeah,
show.
just
actually.
anywhere
Any
with
move,
the bishop, I guess.
Any move of the bishop.
Yeah, and bishop
wins.
G4 is actually very nice to pin the knight to not allow knight E5, yeah. But
Pinning
I
the
guess
knight
some
is-
other moves were good as well. But,
Yeah, so that no way for white to play. Actually, this was important fineness, I guess. Otherwise, white would be quicker developed.
yeah, but this somehow feels like Adams did something wrong, because going King E2 to have this idea with Rook E1 and King F1, and then in the end he still has to go King F1.
Losing a tempo.
Yeah.
Losing a tempo, and even in no castling chess, tempo may be important.
So how can black use the tempo?
Yeah,
anyway?
that's also not very clear. It's very stable position. Like the easy thing would be to just go G6, King G7 to be very safe with the king, but then white, I guess, is in time to also
Do the
some-
similar things, yes.
Yeah,
So-
maybe King G1 is better because G3 weakens the H3 pawn, so maybe this is the safer choice.
Of course, everything has some drawbacks. As Black can try
Yeah.
some spectacular moves, but
Maybe, yeah, but it's also not too threatening for white, just
doesn't look.
rook e1 or something.
Yeah, that doesn't look like something.
Yeah. So I guess it's just a question if black has something more active than g6, but I'm not sure. I mean, d5 here is probably just too much, I guess.
He will be checking.
Knight, yeah, and just in the end you move your queen and probably you don't have anything. Even knight e5 maybe, because the queen doesn't have too many squares. This
Knight e5 fits nicely,
yeah, I mean it's
so-
not easy to
so
make use of the
something.
pin.
and white may continue his development. Okay, that's
Yeah, and
possible.
c4 is just no idea.
Oh.
Yes, c4 you just take with the you take with the knight, and in the end the bishop is hanging
Fortunate,
on
very
b7.
fortunate.
So maybe
yeah.
we could have gone to a8. But, okay, probably it's not forced at all.
But it looks like extremely speculative move, d5. And
Yeah, d5.
Totally
I
not
don't think he
not
would.
in style of Daniel.
Yeah, yeah. No, you won't go
Who's
d5
cautious,
for sure.
cautious player. Yeah.
Um,
So how he would play here?
I mean, g6 is a safe option. So
Through g6
I
and
don't know, bishop f5 or something. Like if we try to find something.
so most likely g6.
Yeah.
Okay, we can
Yeah, or maybe
also
even
try
go to c6. Yeah.
something like this too.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Bishop on c6 is a bit unpleasant because he went to c8.
Oh,
Actually.
okay, but that is meaning that we are thinking
In the right direction.
Yeah.
in the right direction or the same.
Just that he thought
almost the
bishop
same.
c8 is a bit more smarter than bishop d7.
Very possible move. Yeah. Put the bishop on.
Yeah, bishop on
b7.
that diagonal looks
Mhm.
very good, and then d5 is a good option because now you can't take back on d5 anymore. So, like, I mean, white still wants to go king g1, obviously, I guess, and then
Mhm.
bishop b7, knight d2, I guess,
Hitting
to
the
protect the
pawn.
pawn, and then d5 could be annoying.
Wow. It's already fighting for the initiative. Yes, knight a4, hitting c5,
Yeah.
d4.
Yeah, I mean, now after knight a4, you might regret you have your bishop on b7 and not on c6, but
Aha.
okay, I mean, I guess he had some other reason to put it on b7. He had to decide
Okay,
somehow.
that is all
Yeah, that's
too much.
not
yes.
really forced.
Would you take this form of chess as normal chess battle, or
I'm not sure, to be honest. I mean, I just never played it, so I never really thought about it too much. I guess it feels a bit strange if you sit at the board and you have to remember no casting. And yeah, but it's interesting at least to just get rid of all the opening theory, because like every opening probably is not really correct with no casting, so you have to reconsider a lot and basically start from the beginning.
Which apparently the players have done already. We heard that
Sure.
a lot of them have already done a lot of opening work. But I was going to suggest to go back to the Navarro Mcshane game, because we've had a few developments there. Luke did decide to take on h4 in the
I
end.
take on h4.
aha? Okay,
so
let us
yeah.
see what happened in the game first.
So
After
he took.
king takes g2, black took on h4.
Yeah, so obviously g takes h4, and then he went d5. And still Navarro decided that he has to take on d6. Yeah, just doesn't feel very good somehow. I mean, your pawn down and your pawn structure is bad, so
So everything looks bad here. What is?
okay, you're a bit better developed. Like the knight on b8 is still undeveloped, and rook d1 might be annoying, depending on where you move.
So let us see some random moves. Yeah.
Yeah, then
Black
maybe
goes
bishop
knight
h6
c6
or
and
something.
bishop h6, for example. Yeah? Rook
Rook e8
e8.
and rook d1 or something.
Rook
But
d1,
probably it's not.
trying to develop some
Yeah,
initiative.
but probably it's just not enough. Even this.
So even this is not.
Yeah, maybe even knight c6 is just a good move. I
not-
mean, it's
not
also a very
right.
natural move to just develop if it's possible. Yeah, rook 81, I guess.
I thought about queen f6, honestly.
Yeah, to get out of the pin, and you have this queen f5 trick.
Fortunately, yes. Or
Queen e6 is even easier. Yeah, queen f5 is also.
So that doesn't look so good, but it was different.
He played h5
different move was played.
To just fix the pawn on h4.
That probably was his worries, that he was worried about h5.
Yeah.
Maybe we can then readjust our analysis. Let's say we thought knight c6, and maybe white wanted to play h5.
Yeah.
If it is.
I mean, it also doesn't look that scary, to be honest. Like, you can go queen c8 or something and ask the queen where it's going.
Do we achieve it?
I mean, after queen c8, I'm not sure what white is actually going. Like, where you can't exchange queens. It's basically agreeing you're close to being lost. So, but where do you want to put it? Like, everywhere you can attack it again, or something.
Yes,
like,
this is.
Yeah, this is. But okay, maybe he just thought h5 is useful tempo, because still the queen has no decent squares. I mean, I'm still not sure where you want to go. Maybe f4 or something to just not give black a tempo and attack the knight, but then knight f5, I guess, and then the queen is in the way of the bishop on c1. Somehow it's not very harmonious setup.
Okay, you have to sacrifice everything now.
Yeah.
Let us try to do it.
I guess black just doesn't care. Knight c6. 2. Queen e5 looks very natural. But
and then
and then knight d4.
Maybe by knight d4 and white strategy is
yeah, I mean, not only are you're pawn down, but also this pawn structure on the king's side. Like, if you don't mate black, you're just completely lost, it feels like.
But why do you think it went wrong for Navarro? Just this whole pawn sacrifice idea?
This pawn sac is probably just a bit too much. I mean, d5 was still interesting, but I mean, I checked the game and he still could go knight b1 in the opening after, at some point.
We can show this moment, perhaps, yes. So that was after the move c5, where he decided to...
Yeah, d5 is very ambitious.
To go for everything, basically. Okay, if black takes at d4 at this normal position...
Yeah, but so also kind of dry,
play
because...
something like b3 if you want.
Sure, yeah. He just probably didn't like that it's kind of equal, and he wanted to play the most ambitious way. I mean, it's a very typical motive to go this d5, knight h4, and all these Queen's Indian structures, but yeah, the knight on d2 is a bit bad, so...
g6 looks like a very nice, fine move, taken k5 square. And here you suggested knight,
maybe,
knight
at least I just didn't want to give up the pawn immediately, but
and then
maybe.
to pick it up back. Okay, that was maybe way out, from...
I mean, after c takes d5, at least it's obvious that you're going to be pawn down for a long time.
I think the problem is that if you compare this with variation d5, pawn sacrifice white...
Usually you have your knight on b1 still.
Yes, already, yes.
Yeah.
And it looks like we lost a tempo, or maybe even more than this,
Just not a very good version, but at least after he played c takes d5, bishop takes d5, he's just not getting his pawn back, and his position somehow didn't improve in the last moves after that.
So knight b5 maybe, it's maybe not the way to advantage, but...
not advantage, but the position is still very complex, and at least you don't lose the pawn immediately. But okay, I guess it's a matter of taste. I mean, it's not like c takes d5 is a horrible move or anything. He just felt like takes and e4 is the right way, but at some point I guess he just didn't find it. Because he's low on time and his position didn't really improve.
And it is actually also a little bit strange, because black is not really threatening so much.
Yeah, exactly. Black doesn't have any threats yet, so...
So why to take, and black takes with one move? Usually you take if black plays something like bishop c6 or protecting the bishop and is ready
queen c8 or something.
To do something maybe. Okay, so some knight moves
were at least possible,
So knight b1 seems to be really decent continuation.
I mean, even these Benoni structures, if you just play d6, I'm not sure if white is great, but it's just a very complex position. Like you can go rook e8, bishop f8, bishop g7, and then we have to compare if it's good Benoni or not. But somehow the white piece is also not positioned great. But
we lost some time, but black is giving.
Black also losing some time.
Meanwhile, in the game, David did go queen f4. Luke quite quickly responded with knight f5, as we expected, and just really not looking.
Seems to be a very good move, because otherwise white was threatening rook d1.
Of course, knight f5
so
is
knight f5.
very natural, and now he really has to find something
white
special.
pieces also to defense of the pawn on h4. And black wants to come with knight on c6 and maybe to d4 quickly, followed by queen d5 at some moment.
Okay, shall we move on to Rasmus?
Yeah, I guess in this game, if David doesn't find something special, he's just close to lost in a few moves, unfortunately.
Well, he played,
Did he play
he played queen e4,
Queen
I don't
E4,
know.
yeah.
Maybe we can
He
go
played
back 1
queen
second
e4.
there.
Okay, so
he
knight
prevents
c6 is
knight
not possible.
c6 and queen d5.
Yeah, that makes kind of sense. But of course you can still just move the knight if you want as black to some square.
Knight a6, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. That would be most natural. And then later, if you play knight c7, queen d5, what white is doing.
Yeah, but at least it's some sort of achievement that black doesn't get knight c6, knight d4 immediately.
And you may
you freed your
bring
bishop.
the bishop somehow.
So queen e4 kind of makes sense, I guess. But it still feels like if black is precise for a few more moves, then he's just in very good shape. Queen e8.
So something here.
Yeah, just never can exchange queens, so you always
come back maybe.
Yeah, but then queen c6 is coming, pinning the knight again, and then knight c7, knight e6 is threatening. Like in a few moves, your position might fall apart quickly.
But that's what I was thinking as well, that it feels very much like it could collapse very quickly, especially as you were mentioning with little time on the clock.
Yeah. No, it might be just completely winning for black in a few moves, but okay, at least he's still fighting, so maybe he will find something, but it's very tough already. Okay,
so we will see what happens there, and let's go back now to Rasmus. Quick look at that, and then we will let you go very soon.
So he just castled, so this is the position we were talking about.
Yes, and then nothing happened.
Yeah, black is still thinking for quite a while, I guess, already. If he wants to take on e5. I mean, it's a very forced option. Like, you have to be kind of sure about these positions because it's not the most normal structure after takes knight e5, and if white takes, it's very unusual structure, so it makes sense.
Let's just put that on the board, maybe. So you're saying if knight takes?
Yeah, that's what we had.
Yes, we had it in analysis.
Yeah, this knight takes.
Knight d5.
And then white has this option to take. I mean, white isn't forced to take, I guess, like bishop d2 or bishop d4, I'm not sure.
Just
if bishop d4, then knight b4, you have to go to e4, I guess, but it's fine, yeah. Queen e4.
Still possible.
Yeah, it's also, so white is not forced to take on d5, but if you're going for this as black, you need to at least be sure that knight takes d5 is not a problem, so here bishop d7.
Okay, there is some complications here. But also black maybe not forced to do it.
Yeah, rook b8 is
kind of
easier.
So how it was? We were not taken.
Bishop d4 might not be. I mean, I guess as black you are wondering how this position is, how you should evaluate this. And this is very clear. He took on e5, so this might actually happen in the game.
And now interesting question, how would we continue? Because my first reaction would be to put the rook on d1 and to keep the rook on f1 for attack.
Sure, bishop e6 is very natural now, at least, and then f4 is just coming very natural, and then g6, I guess. I mean, maybe there's some other moves, but g6 feels natural because you don't have g4 to just push the pawns immediately. I mean, you can play g4 because d5 is hanging, but it feels a bit tricky. I mean, you could look at it like takes, bishop takes, but probably it's not great.
Very complex position.
Yeah, but
we
maybe-
also have something like c3 and hitting on e2.
Yeah, maybe even that. I was thinking maybe bishop e6 is safe enough to protect all the pawns. For now, I mean, this at least looks fine for black, but yeah, maybe there was some-
Many interesting
Yeah.
options at least.
Yeah, no, I think g4 is a bit too early, but
Mhm.
still, this is...
But then also pawn a2 may start
Yeah, that's why
various.
rook 81 has also some drawbacks, because the pawn is always thing.
So we did something. Okay,
Yeah,
just
rook ac8 and
up,
maybe at some point bishop
and then
c5 or
sometimes
c3.
c3, bishop f5. It
Yeah.
doesn't look bad.
No, it's just very double-edged, so it makes sense that he took quite a lot of time before he played this.
And actually we had it. Yeah? He went for this. Yeah,
Yeah, now
he
Rasmus
went
will
for-
take quite some time, I feel like, because he's not forced to take on d5, and it's like,
It feels like time will be a huge factor in this game because it's only move 16.
yeah, and the position is very
Yes.
unusual so
Yes.
far.
Well, Matthias, thank you so much. Before I let you go, I wanted to ask one final question about what I guess has been your biggest accomplishment in your career. You're the reigning European champion. You won that a few months ago. What was that like?
Yeah, it was actually very surprising for me because I didn't expect it. I mean, I was like 20 seed or something. Like, it's every European championship, it's possible to win, but there are so many other players that have basically equal chances. But some of the tournament just went well, and I was in the lead quite early on. So, of course, it was very nice to win the European championships. Like, it feels very good to win the tournament and somehow have this title. Yeah, I was just very happy.
Did it change anything for your career? Like, I don't know, in terms of sponsorship or in terms of your own ambitions or something like that?
It didn't change too much yet. I'm still finishing my studies for now, and probably going to try be a chess professional at least for 1 or 2 years, and yeah, then we'll see. But of course, it's nice to have this title anyway.
For
But
sure.
it didn't change anything yet, anything dramatic.
What are you studying and how long do you have left?
I'm studying mathematics, and I'm still finishing my master's thesis, which I
Okay.
have to hand in quite soon. So yeah,
A busy summer.
Yeah, kind of.
Finally, I asked Dmitry the same question yesterday. He sort of skillfully evaded it. But, well, we've just been looking at the games. Do you want to make predictions for the three games? What results do you predict?
Okay, so I guess the one prediction is quite easy. Mcshane should win normally. Like, that's not even a big prediction. That's just the position. I would guess Lamy against Yanov. I think he played Queen E7. What did he do? Why is the bishop on A1 and the queen on B2? That's not how I expected to.
Let us put
Like-
it for the second.
Okay, maybe that's also fine. Like, I just didn't expect it. I was a bit surprised because I always thought this battery with the queen behind
It
it.
would be the other
I
way
mean, this
around.
is quite a powerful battery, but I'm not sure if it's. How
It happened.
he went. Okay, he went.
Knight
Okay, now I
G4,
understand. He
the-
went knight G4, but
So
after
that
bishop.
was an idea to hit the bishop. Bishop went all the way back, and Ilyanov just played queen e7. That's why he was thinking for so long.
But that's somehow a strange mixture of plans. This and
Oh,
now
then
knight
I
back.
have
This feels strange somehow. I'm not convinced at least.
Mhm.
Like, why did you go knight G4 too?
If he wants
Yeah.
to go back, yes.
Yeah,
if he wants to play
if he
solid,
still wants to go queen e7 and put the knight back, it feels like he could have just played queen e7 without knight g4.
or he had to protect it. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
but-
what is going on here?
Yeah, I guess he was a bit scared after all. Like, maybe he wanted to be ambitious, but then he got scared and then he just thought, okay, let's be solid.
He
It's
got
not so
second
bad.
thoughts here in this position.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not easy to assess, but
Yeah, so does that change?
Yeah, but I would still predict a draw somehow. And
And that
yeah, the
leaves
Rasmus game
Rasmus,
is
yeah.
that's the tough one to predict. I guess I'm predicting a decisive. Let's say I predict a win for Rasmus, but of course it's just
Okay.
a guess. Yeah, I'm not sure, but it could be at least a decisive result.
Yes.
Lamy Ilyanov draw.
Yeah, Rasmus, I will bet on a win, but it's
Rasmus
just very, very early on,
wins,
so I don't know. I would bet on a decisive result, and hopefully Rasmus wins. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
and Mcshane
Mcshane
should be.
Mcshane
Oh, he
is-
went queen c7. That's also interesting.
Funny move.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the queen is trapped after queen takes a8.
If we discuss, maybe we should just
Yeah.
put it on.
Just 1 second.
keep it- yeah.
What a move, queen c7,
Yeah.
what a move.
Yeah, if it's
But-
working, I mean, queen takes a8 is probably just very bad. Like, you get the 2 rooks, but also your king is so incredibly weak, and you are pawn down, so this is just completely lost, I think. There's not even a chance.
There
It
is-
reminds me a bit of this Raport Nepomniachtchi game at the candidates, where you have this queen against 2 rooks, but your king is weak, and I mean, here it's even just much worse. Like,
Yes, and
So queen c7, probably a nice move.
yeah,
Coming
feels like a nice
backwards.
move, because if you don't take, then you have either knight c6 or even queen c6, and queen
you
exchange
may
is
have something like bishop
Yeah, then
before
queen
and maybe
c6.
queen c6.
Yeah, queen c6 seems very nice.
Mhm.
And if you can exchange queens, it feels you're winning it. But you can't move the queen back because knight h4 is coming. So you know
you have to exchange queens and then
Yeah, and this
don't
endgame
have
should just technically be
compensation.
winning. I feel
Mhm.
like, but okay. Maybe he will find something better than bishop f4. I'm not sure, but queen c7 looks nice. Yeah.
And finally, what about our no castle game? What do you think?
This is our analysis, or did this happen really?
I think it happened.
So we talked about this, but I didn't
We
expect
talked
it to
about
happen.
it, yes, but
Okay.
it's actually happened 1-1. Yeah, so
But now it's
surprisingly.
very double-edged, because before, like, I would say it's probably a draw. It's very equal position somehow, and now it's incredibly double-edged.
It became sharp, yes. Hmm.
I mean, not even sure. You can't take on e4, I guess. I mean, it's like the first thing you would calculate, but yeah, knight c4 might be a problem. Then c7 is just hanging at least.
Yes,
Yeah, and also the queen.
some
doesn't have-
complications.
Yes.
Also, this move is
Also knight
is
e5, yeah, and you have some threats with knight g6 and queen takes f7, so basically knight f6 is forced.
They're
Yeah,
not
this-
making your life easy.
Yeah, not easy to predict. Like now, I probably even have to predict a decisive result, because, I mean, he doesn't have to take on e4, of course, but still, this is...
Okay, we can attack and take on c5.
So which decisive, white
Yeah.
win or black win?
I kind of like the white position so far. Not that I'm rooting against Daniel, but
Maybe because we took on e4, yes.
yeah, probably taking on e4 is just bad. But still, somehow I like the white position for now.
Mhm.
I mean, the
Okay.
pawn structure is more healthy. Like, if black doesn't play precise, he might sit on these weak pawns on c5 and c7 at some point.
So chances for
Yeah,
Adams.
chances. But probably draw is still favored objectively, but I would guess...
Go for Mickey.
Yeah, go for a white win. Why not?
Well, Matthias, thank you so very much. This was very insightful, and we'll let you go, but you will be back in roughly an hour,
Yeah.
so we look forward to having you back then. And we will take a quick break, and we'll be back in around 5 to 10 minutes, so we'll see you soon. Hello and welcome back to day 2 of the Dortmund Sparkassen Trophy. And Arto, what an exciting day we have once again. Today, not just the Grand Prix, but the no castling tournament started as well. Unfortunately, only with one game. Kramnik sadly tested positive, so we wish him a speedy recovery. But Fishy will be playing Dmitrij Kollars on Thursday, which was supposed to be the rest day. But we have another no casting game going on, and that's Mickey Adams against Daniel Friedman.
Yes, now we have almost normal position. Almost normal position. You still see how difficult it is to connect the rooks. Both players are struggling.
Yes.
And the last move, we left the position, it was bishop on b7, and we studied possibility to take a pawn, understandably, but they were not good because of knight c4. Last move of Daniel Friedman shows his deep understanding of chess. He's actually also excellent defensive player, and he takes the control over the square c4, preventing this possibility, knight c4. So very good defensive move. And at the same time, it is a tricky move because it creates an active threat, bishop e2. I just wanted to illustrate. I was analyzing the position a little bit, and this is a possible variation. If white plays king h2, very natural move, connecting the rooks at last, then bishop e2 follows. And now the problem of the natural move rook d2 e1 is that knight is not protected on d2, or not enough protection, and black can attack the queen and then pick up the knight. So this is about the move bishop a6. And the question how to react, I think that Mickey was thinking for a while, and he chooses very sharp way. He plays a queen f5. So not a development move king h2 for the reasons what we just saw, but queen f5 attacking the pawn c5. What does it mean? That if bishop goes to e2, white is going to play knight takes c5, intermediate move.
And black cannot take.
Black cannot take because of check, and queen takes a5. So this is a winning line for white. But bishop e2, knight takes c5, the position is very sharp now. So could be tried, maybe king g8 could be tried. Now we don't have any discovery checks. Rook is under attack, knight under the pressure, so looks like we have...
White has to be very precise here already.
Yes, he took also a lot of time, actually. In fact, the bishop e2, that was an answer of Friedman, yes. So they both were working along the same lines.
Yeah.
So it would be interesting to see whose calculations are better in this case, or maybe both are on the same high level. So this is a position that still probably goes on. We can try to make some sense of it.
The king has left f8, so there is no more discovery checks.
Yes, and now black is trying to use the pin, and white is playing, I don't know, maybe attacking the rook, and so very, very tricky position. Black is coming maybe back, and then we can take a pawn. Okay, something now position almost clarified with maybe very small chances for white, but probably enough weaknesses for black to hold it, to make a draw. Okay, this was a little bit tricky analysis. We're coming back. Well, I think already was a move. This is something what I did not expect.
Wow, king h2.
King h2. And
leaving the rook on d1. Okay, let me take it.
Yes, that of course what
and I think he has just...
Probably.
Yeah, he has just taken it.
And white is taking too. So what is the point? Okay, the point is then we would have a compensation if we will pick up the pawn on c5.
So the question is, what can black do against that? Nothing?
No, not clear what we may have a defense. So white will be picking the pawn on c5. So still the question, because we sacrificed the exchange, and okay, we will get one pawn, already something. So we can try to analyze maybe some variation. Queen a6 may be of some advantage. I look if no, it was not played. King g8 was played in the game. Could be the same if white would take on c5.
Yeah, but the engine did not like king g8 at all.
No, because he sees some other options.
Some other options.
All of a sudden. We need to compare this to be able to understand. Okay, what engine sees is also the move e5, but not only e5. Also, he sees the move knight c4. And he is now all of a sudden positive for white, cheering for white. Let us come back and we try to understand what is going on if black would play queen a6.
Okay, so first of all, knight c4 would not be a tempo.
True. And you want to compare it with knight c4. Yes, black simply can take a pawn, yes? Okay, so this line is not working.
And if e5?
And the second computer move e5, risky too, because of queen e2 possibility.
Yeah, this is not so easy.
Not easy at all. Not easy at all. It's a double attack. So it was easy to spot for Daniel, but actually he played rather quickly.
Yeah, maybe too quick.
Yes. It was maybe critical moment in this game where the game could also go his way, maybe, but king g8. Now this move criticized by engine mainly because of knight c4. But let us see what type of compensation we have. Yes, if queen goes to b5, we can even consider taking with rook on d4. Very funny. So if queen goes to a6, c5 of course is handing, but we may just wait. Just wait with this, yes? Yeah. Let us try to develop something and play g6. White takes, queen takes, c5, king g7, and we take on d4, let's say with rook. The problem is that white picked up both pawns, two pawns, and this is already a good material situation for white. The fight is not over yet, but white is enjoying the situation.
Yes,
the situation.
Yeah, also the black king still is not completely safe, and the knights, I think, will be able to work together quite nicely. You just need to bring back the
Yes, a knight and two pawns in connection with the positional factors, like safe position, secure position of some pieces. Not a bad thing for white.
Okay, so let's come back to this one, but Matthias was right that this one was heating up for sure, and I think right now he's looking quite good with his prediction of a white win. So shall we go back to Navara and Mcshane?
Yes, there is some development, but not a big development. After an excellent move, queen c7, Navarro played b4. That was almost like my reaction, desperate move, but we have nothing to lose. But it was not working the way Navara probably like it
yes,
or
would like,
expected.
yes.
Because now also rook e8 is handing. So many threats. He played now rook e1.
So what, after rook e8, he's planning to take the two rooks?
Yes, that is almost everything what he can do. Let us see what is going on here in this.
But this is very similar to what we looked at with Matthias, no?
True,
When
true.
we were
That
saying this two rooks is just not enough.
he mentioned this,
Yeah.
that in his opinion here queen would be much more useful piece. I just wanted to see if maybe bishop b2 check changes situation, because we can't go to h7 or to h6 because of checkmate, but we have the move knight to d4, followed maybe by queen c6 and hitting the rook. And
I'm
king.
surprised actually that Luke did not go for rook e8. Went for queen d7 instead.
Okay, we will see what's happened. He could have queen on d7 actually earlier, yeah, instead of putting it on c7. That was his option, but maybe no harm is done here.
I'm surprised actually. I wonder what he didn't like about rook e8.
Okay, what I think that the whole sequences is not so simple. What we were talking about, we were talking about exchanging. Yes, you need to calculate this and to see that there is no problem in this position. Because knight d4 is a kind of only reasonable move. And maybe he prefers not to change the character of the game. It's actually one of the technical principles. If you can keep the standard material, it is easier to play. So changing queen for two rooks is tricky stuff. You can make mistake in judgment. He is not supported by engine as
we are.
So he has to make safe a decision. And I don't think
27 is a safe.
he's making a good move, good practical decision, preparing the move rook e8, and it's not bad at all.
Yeah.
And sometimes you look at this direction, maybe queen g4 check is coming, and it's understandable. Only point of the critics that why didn't he play it on several moves earlier when he played queen c7. Okay, he could play queen d7 basically with the same idea, but okay.
But yeah, his position remains probably winning. I mean, he's up a pawn, white's pawn structure is damaged, and on top of that, Navarro only has 13 minutes, still has to make 17 moves.
It's also difficult,
Yes.
of course, to find chances. And Mcshane is going to simplify the position even more with rook e8, hitting towards technical winning position.
So Mcshane currently in great shape to get to 2 out of 2. Let's go back to this very interesting Rasmus game against Deak.
It's happened, I think, what we somehow were anticipating earlier. I didn't change anything in my analysis. I think it's one of the positions what we were analyzing, and it is on the board. So just for our viewers, let me show what happened after knight d5. White took on d5. Pawn takes d5, rook a d1. We were discussing this move also, and now sometimes pawn on e2 handing.
Yes.
That's why a3. Position is very, very sharp. There are many options for black. We were thinking about Actually, we were also thinking about f4 immediately, but here more or less similar choice. Black can also play rook to c8, for example, or even to think about move g6. Maybe the move a3 is a little bit more precise than f4, not showing all trumps at the same time, more precise. Very interesting game going on. So the prediction was that it may be a draw, but the position is very unusual on strategical level, very unbalanced, because black has something like 4 against 2 on the queen side, and white has something like 5 against 3. I'm saying something because in a way the pawn E and D pawn still working against each other, so it's not the full advantage of 2 pawns, it's a little bit less.
I very much think that something will be decided in the time trouble here.
True.
Both players are down to, well, Rasmus just over 20 minutes, Deak 25 minutes, but we're only on move 19, so 21 moves still to go.
Also, the way Rasmus and Bogdan Daniel played in the first round, they spent a lot of time. They both were very short on time. Obviously, they are not too much afraid of time trouble. They played good, but nevertheless, nobody is perfect in time trouble.
Absolutely. Okay, so very interesting. What will happen here? Rasmus is thinking now, and we will come back. But for now, we will move on to Irvine, Lamy, and Pavel Yanov.
Yes, it was some unusual development in this game.
Yes.
We will come to this. Somehow, Irvine created a battery, dangerous battery, already threatening checkmate. Yanov defended against this threat with knight f6. Very modest move, but maybe shock of being threatened by checkmate was very hard, and Yanov decided to play it safe. We also were looking at the move f6 here, just to stop all the threats. But after knight f6, what happened? Queen e5 was played. This is interesting. Actually, one of the possibilities would be to explode that knight on f6 is pinned and play like this. And if black takes, then knight takes e4 is a good situation. So for some reasons, Irvine decided to do it differently, or to play differently. Played queen e5. If queen g5 is a big threat, I'm not sure. But
it must be the idea.
Pawn takes d5 is a threat. Pawn takes d5 is some threat. Also, both players are spending a lot of time.
Yes.
The answer bishop a6 is very interesting, unpinning the bishop and threatening maybe to take on c4. And white took on d5, which is also understandable, and that's how position was simplifying.
And then what did Irvine? And bishop f3, he played.
Yes, the pawn on e2 is obviously under attack. So maybe first queen e5 and then bishop takes e2. So that's how Irvine decides to protect it, to defend it. Bishop f3.
Okay, and now Pavel.
You know what I don't like in his position, again, this knight on d2.
Yes.
But that's a point of this variation for black to lure the knight to d2, where this...
I mean, really, this is right now. I mean, the poor knight can only go to b1,
Yes, that's the bad piece. But there were hardly an option to bishop f3, because how else
How
can
to
you
defend,
protect
yeah.
the pawn? Yeah, so there was.
And I'm starting to like Pavel's position actually with these two bishops looking down, and it's not so clear to me what is White's plan.
Yes, let's forget about this isolated pawn because it's only one factor in the position. Yeah? There are some other factors which are talking for black. Activity of the pieces, open lines, maybe black rook can come to c2. So don't worry maybe too much about one weakness in the position. It is compensated by a huge activity of different pieces. And Yanov has to find out how to proceed. Yeah? Okay, let us consider something simple. Something simple. Something very simple. And if White is taken. Now the two bishops are on the same
But e2
line,
is also hanging.
and e2 is also handing. So I
So
wanted
this we
to.
cannot do at all. No.
Yeah, I wanted to use the other motive, but the old one is good. So
So White cannot take.
that means that we can go to
now,
e4,
yeah.
and
in
that's
fact,
it.
Pavel has just taken on e5.
I think he just checked it, and if you can go to the center in such a position, so what do you want? Yeah.
Yeah, so this is on the board, bishop e5, and I expect Pavel to
We
go
expect
knight e4.
knight e4. It is maybe not the only move.
No, he didn't do it. He
Yes,
played
but
rook f8.
I just wanted to say that it is not the only move because here he also has
This
a pressure,
pressure,
on e2. How to protect it? Let's imagine White plays rook f to e1, and then bishop b4 is coming now. Another
These bishops.
very good dark square
Yes,
bishop.
yes.
And okay, the threat is rook c2 and taking the pawn.
Everything will
C2,
collapse. Yeah.
or rook takes e2.
Yes. Okay.
Very interesting game, and it looks
Still,
like.
I'm surprised that Pavel played rook e8 so fast. Instantly, almost.
Okay, he was considering
Considering
it before taking. He had the safe option, true. Yeah, he had the safe option, knight e4. Probably it was not enough for him. He wants to have even bigger advantage.
Okay, so let's leave these guys and maybe go back to Adams against Friedman. So,
Yes, something happened, definitely.
Yes. So when we left
Something
it off,
happened.
Mickey had sacrificed an exchange, but
He still exchanged down, but he got one pawn.
yes.
He put the pawn on e5, c5 is weak, d4 is also weak. So this is actually an interesting development from the point of Mickey, and he is on the move. Yeah?
Yes, so
Let us see how it happened.
how did this happen? Yes.
Because it looks like almost too good, yeah?
Too good to be true.
So it was in this moment which we left after the move king g8. It was actually, we said it's not a fortunate move. We thought that queen a6 is better choice,
yes.
and one of the reasons was that
This
here
E5
e5 was an option. And exactly this move was played. E5, knight h7, we said this is of course drawbacks, and knight goes to bad position, queen d7, so white develops attack. You can't take on e5 because of knight c4, so something else happened. Knight still came to c4, black is losing some pawns now. Now white to play. Only problem for white is 13 minutes, but position is
Yeah, I think the position.
not too complicated
Yes.
for Mickey.
I see that my favorite move, f4 is actually my favorite.
Yes.
Often connected to push it further to f5. I mean f4.
Okay, that
Looks
is
very
actually
powerful, right?
with tempo.
Yes.
Yeah, let's go with tempo, and let's see
Mickey didn't. Okay, Mickey
he just took on c5,
which also looks good enough.
But we look first at your move, and you go f5.
Yes.
No,
Steamrolling.
no discussion. Now you would play double attack.
Yes,
What
and
to
take
play.
the knight.
Very nice, very nice. We see that probably the problem of Adams was already
The problem is
too
that he
big
has
choice.
too many nice options. Yeah.
So he took with the knight, and black played rook g6 almost immediately. But what else would he be doing? Yes, true. Difficult to find
Not a square.
another square, another move. So he went quickly rook g6. So somehow I like your move more. Yeah.
Yeah. But what happens if I go f4
Now.
But now e6 is there, maybe.
Knight e6, yeah, that's what different. Knight takes e6, and maybe pawn takes e6. Still, this is a very good position, because what black is doing, we already have 3 pawns for exchange. Rook on g6 is kind of trapped.
Yes.
Looks like very, very nice.
But maybe
position.
there is even better now than f4 if we go back to the position in the game.
So you can also try to play h4. Knight e6, knight takes e6. But this is a kind of similar,
Yeah, it's very similar. Yeah.
very similar. And okay, if black takes on e6, we can pick up everything. I think that already Mickey is just choosing
Yes.
the most
The
simple.
spider is making the web.
Yes, okay, that's not difficult
Yes.
play, just picking up weak pawns.
Yes. I think even this 11 minutes he has on the clock, I think is not such a big problem in this case.
So it looks like harvest time for Mickey, yeah, picking up all these weaknesses,
Yes.
which were prepared with careful positional play.
Yeah, very
Early.
impressive game. I mean, we will see if he can convert, but looks like a very nice game by Mickey. I think Friedman maybe played too quick in some important moments.
We can show this moment again, because this is actually difficult position, and it is always difficult to decide in which moment we have to think. And of course, there is no trainer on the line giving some instructions. Yeah, think or whatever. Yeah, it's impossible. So the player has to decide himself. He made a reasonable choice. He thought, okay, I have to go it anyway to g8, but it turned out that it's not true. Yeah? So that was a problem, and we had a much better move, which really stays very complicated. Queen a6.
Yes.
The difference is, or one of the differences, that now the move in the game e5 wouldn't be dangerous because black has very strong answer queen e2. But that's to see. This is a computer line, of course. Yeah, that's to see such a regrouping.
It's not so
It's
easy,
very difficult. Nevertheless, I would think that Daniel could, of course, discover it, but then he needed to invest
A
time
bit more time. But
in
he
the right
had,
moment.
he had time, yeah.
He had time. He could invest it here.
Okay, so let's see. We'll come back to this one. Mickey probably with a winning position a bit, not so much time on the clock. And we'll go back once again to David Navara and Luke Mcshane.
Yes, we have very, very difficult situation.
Yes, so let's
I
go
think
back.
we left it after the move Queen d7, so nothing so dramatic happened. White played Bishop g5, okay, and Black played Rook to e8, preparing exchange of the pieces. Unexpected could be only the move of Navara, or perhaps Black was also ready for this. Actually prepared move, maybe knight d4. So what to do now?
It's very hard to find a move even.
Very difficult position. Knight e5, just try to keep more pieces.
So queen
To
e6
e6,
makes sense.
maybe preparing f6.
Yes.
So how to defend against this? It looks like Luke can
Just end the game. Yeah?
today can maybe double his score. Yeah, has two points after 2 rounds. That would be, of course, an excellent start.
Yeah, and for David, of course, it would be very tough. He lost yesterday. And I have to say, I love players. Well, I'm a big fan, first of all, of David as a person. I think it's impossible to not be a fan. He's so nice. But I also love this enterprising chess that he's playing. So in a way, it's sad, when it gets punished. But I think, Luke just played 2 fantastic games.
Okay, today it was
well, it
more,
was some help from... But he
uh,
punished well, let's say.
Yeah, he played well. But it looks like David
Self-destructed.
Partly self-destructed. Correct. It was not too optimistic, this sacrifice. But I understand that because it is 6 rounds and it is not very usual for us, and you think you don't have time and you need to react. It's just showing a great fighting spirit, and that's it. Yeah. And so David was ready to take risks, and in many cases you are paying for this against a strong opponent.
Yes. Okay, so I think, I will keep an eye on it on my screen, and we'll see if Luke plays knight d4, but I think if he does, this game will be over.
Would be
very
over soon. And we moved to Rasmus' game, because this is one of the most complicated things, most complicated games. And we had here 2 moves which are interesting. After bishop d4, black played g6. This move would be kind of useful after many continuations, especially after f4, it would be almost forced. But here, after g6, he went for e4. It's a different approach, exchanging this d pawn against e pawn. From the structure, it's not clear who is profiting from this. So now the question how black would play. Okay, possible to take on e4.
Yeah, let's first look at capture.
More natural move. And now I'm not sure if maybe white wanted to capture with bishop.
Rook c8.
Rook c8.
And I guess we don't want to go f4 now, or?
Well,
but you can...
It looks already like a normal position for black, yes? It looks like a normal position for black, but nothing special happened yet. Let us maybe consider the move rook d7. It's more aggressive, not to take himself, but wait till opponent will do it and to prepare the doubling of the rooks. I think it's more aggressive since we are somehow sure that position is reasonable. What would be here? And bishop takes d5. Briefly, we can consider the moves like e6. Also possibility, or it will be some position like this.
And this looks quite equal now, I guess.
Yes, it is no way problematic for black, but maybe white holds it just for a draw. because in the future, what can we see in the future? We can see some strange bishop ending with bad bishop. Yes.
Yes, it could
So
be.
that's what black may be playing for. So that's why I would probably prefer rook d7, but it's maybe not such a big deal.
And the players are getting so low on time. 18 minutes for Deak, only 12 minutes for Rasmus, and still 20 moves to make. So we will come back. We will see what Deak decides to do. But for now, let's move on again to Irvine and Pavel.
Yes, but just let me say that in retrospect, I somehow don't like the move e4. Although it opens the game and so on, but it was not necessary yet. Yeah, but okay, maybe he was looking for some other plans and failed to see it. Yeah.
Maybe he wants to, I don't know, try and get some simplifications in some way or another, just to get some pieces off.
Yes. Okay. This is maybe stylistic because I was thinking maybe how to attack this pawn on d5 that it is weakness, and Rasmus just changes it and plays for dynamic elements. It's interesting from style point of the style. So it's much more dynamic play. Let's move now.
No problem. So we're going to
Pavel.
Irvine Lamy against Pavel Yanov.
It was very, very interesting decision of Pavel. I am surprised that we actually got our position from analysis where I wanted to pin the bishop before, and Pavel is still thinking here.
Okay, so if not bishop b4, which looks kind of, you had convinced me at least, looks kind of natural, what other options?
It is natural. I think what he is calculating, because it is so natural that it could be played almost instantly, but maybe he is a little bit concerned about the move a3.
And then where do you go?
And we can't, or we don't want to take, because rook a1 solves and all these pins and attacks
So
both.
what happens there after bishop b4?
Attacks both bishops. Yes, I think we just exchanged some bad pieces of the opponent.
Yes.
And we left with weaknesses ourselves. All pawns are weak. But Yanov is not forced to take on a3, so he needs to go bishop c3. But that's maybe a little bit trickier to. Then I thought that rook c2 is a threat, and so everything is simple. It is not so
easy,
simple. It is not so easy. That's why
He's thinking.
Pavel is thinking.
Yes. Okay, so this one also, the times are ticking down everywhere. We're starting to, I think we will go one more time to Adams against Friedman, and then we will take a short break.
True, because actually Adams striked with h4, one of the two moves which we were, I think, considered, maybe more safe.
Yes.
But also f4 was of course good enough too. But there is something about this safe move.
But now Daniel has been thinking this whole time. I think when we left he had something like 34 minutes. So he's been thinking for 8 minutes already.
Yes, I think I may know what he is thinking. He wants to sacrifice the knight
And open the H file.
and open the h file. So maybe he thinks about something like queen c3, if it is possible.
Okay, so let's see if I take your knight.
Then black gets what he wants, basically. Yes. But actually, still we need to prove it, because white has a check.
Okay.
Or queen d8 check. Yes. But that could be a tricky line. I know Daniel was always very creative in defense,
Yes.
looking for some counterattack and so tricks like this.
I
And
think it's very likely.
it's looks like his move in a way to let the knight stay, but how to do it, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what he is thinking about. Also, he has to evaluate how bad is knight e6. If he feels like the position after knight e6 is lost, then for sure I think he will want to try something else, especially because of Mickey's time situation.
Yes, he basically has to take some risks now, because position. It's even not really taking risks because position is lost.
Yes.
Yeah? It's just trying to confuse the opponent and to trick him, and that's what actually Daniel was always good at. Yeah? Fighting till the last resource and looking for
But
tricks.
also, now that he's spending all this time, I think Mickey also understands, and these players know each other well. So Mickey can also already spend some time to think, okay, what will I do if...
This is true, and probably already closing some variations,
Yes.
which could be otherwise look more dangerous to him. But actually his plan is very, very simple. Just take everything and pick up all this
The harvest.
good harvest time and difficult. Yeah. Okay, what can be done? I'm just desperately trying. Desperate. Yeah.
But the white
Looks
pieces are coordinating really well.
Knight is good on c4. Everything is very well protected. So it's not a position you want to have against
Mickey.
Mickey.
No. In general, it's not a position you want to have against anyone,
No.
but especially not against Mickey, maybe.
Yes, he's so good in this in positional play, I must say. Yeah. So
Yes.
it's another illustration. Yes, actually something happened. I think he found Queen c3, but we could make it work even after pawn takes g5.
Yes.
But I guess it was simply no option,
Desperation in a way, yeah.
desperate position, and you have to do something.
Okay, so yeah, it looks like Mickey is very close to beating Friedman if we can find a few precise moves, and also Mcshane should be close to beating Navarro, but we will come back to these games. In around 10 minutes, we'll also be joined once again by Matthias Bluebaum, so don't go anywhere, and we will see you then. and welcome back to the Dortmund Sparkassen Trophy. We are very happy to be joined once again by Matthias Blühbaum. And Matthias, you're arriving just in time for the most exciting phase of the day, I think.
Exactly.
The time travel phase, and we're going to jump straight back into Mickey Adams against Daniel Friedman, because Arthur, you were following it closely during the break.
No, it was interesting because Adams decided to take this knight on g5, but I'm not sure what was the moment where we saw the position at the last time. I think it was here.
Just before the check on c8.
Before the check on c8, yes. Black played queen c3. That's what we were expecting. It was possible to take, but of course Adams played careful move. And queen a5,
very nice,
very technical, and even I think he even repeated this once, also very technical, winning a little bit of time, and played knight a4, pushing the queen back, and here he decided to cash the material, which is also of course okay. Why not? And there is no special threats. Black played rook h4 for different reasons, to have king h7 move and to protect the pawn on d4 still. Michael gave check and played queen d7. So far, so good. The most important news that it is only one move left for Michael to make a control. Black played rook f4. That is slightly unexpected to me.
Yeah. I mean, one move would be rook h1 check, which first comes to mind, because now you have to either go rook h4 back or rook h6. I'm not sure. Probably rook h6. I'm not sure. I mean,
we can definitely.
Yes, you only make one more move. Like this is his 40th move, so.
And rook h6.
Yeah, I guess rook h6 is his. I mean, rook h4 is also playable, but then white can at least repeat the moves and has like a lot of time.
So actually, Mickey, he played a3.
He played a3.
Okay.
So the time control is
okay,
already
a3
made.
is also a very nice move on the 14th moves. So queen b8 was probably more or less forced, and now he can calculate if he's able to just take on d4 or not.
Yeah, almost forcing move. Yes, what is the idea of Daniel? Because he's a very tricky player. So what is if your rook takes d4? Not very clear too, yes?
Yeah, I'm not convinced. I mean, probably his position is just completely lost, so he has to just
has to do something.
Yeah.
So just not to resign, of course.
I suggest that we move on, since they made the time control. Now we see Mickey is not at the board, so it could be that he takes a little bit of time. We can very quickly check in with Navarro against Luke Mcshane. But I think the Rasmus game is where most of our focus will be.
Oh, that looks like already clarification.
There's already a result?
I think it's over, yes. I just looked at the camera.
Yes, because what to do? He lost the piece.
Yeah, just...
And let us just show what happened in the game, because it could be a little bit interesting. We thought this moment knight d4 is winning, and it is winning, but we looked at some other move, queen e6, but of course Luke decides to play more simple way to simplify the position. Beautiful move, because if bishop f6, then check, double check, and winning the piece. So the game was basically over here. It was played like this. Rook c8. Was it really necessary? Not, but it's no harm.
Nothing wrong with it,
no harm done. White found a move. Rook e7, maybe in time trouble. Black simply took on e7. Now no more ideas. I guess if rook takes d4, then queen b7 check. So it's actually everything is very simple now. And White simply lost the piece.
So look, Mcshane starts on 2 out of 2 for Navara, 0 out of 2. Tough start to the tournament for him. But let's move on to Rasmus Wanne and Dirk and Bogdan Dirk.
They followed our analysis. They followed our analysis. Really, that's what happened. I see it on my board, on my analytical board. So that's what we were talking about. Descending is a little bit more pleasant for black in view of bad bishop. But of course, only if you change the queens intelligently.
I mean, it's just pleasant for black, but of course not much. Like, it should be still a draw. I mean, I was a bit surprised that Rasmus went e4, but I guess he wasn't too confident.
I was also surprised on the e4. I thought it was not necessary.
No, I mean, e4 is just, I mean, it feels like the move where you want to take out the risk out of the position, because after e4 it's clear that black has no problems, and if you don't go e4, black could also be worse. Like, it's a very tough position, and after e4 black is very comfortable somehow.
So it is too defensive move.
Now white has to defend a bit. I mean, of course it's equal somehow, but like no player would prefer white here.
No, definitely not. But actually,
it's not clear what you're going to do exactly.
How to play for a win? Yes, because it's difficult here. Let us put maybe 1 or 2 random moves, and we have some position like this. I think the difficulties for black that we can push the pawns normally. Bishop on c3 looks passive, but it actually makes a lot of defensive work. Here.
If I'm white here, do I want to exchange the queens if I can, or?
I'm not so sure too.
It's also not even clear to me how you want to exchange queens, like queen e2 or... but queen e2 feels...
Okay.
I mean, it's hard to say. Probably it's still a draw after queen d2, so it's not like a mistake, I guess, but I would probably leave the queens on at first.
But that looks strange, here to do it like
it doesn't feel very precise, but I guess it's...
Maybe it doesn't matter so much.
I mean, you can go f6 or f5 or something to activate the king, but...
Yes, I
f5
like
is very nice move. And also now, if you take, you really have to be careful if you can take and play bishop c3 with white. Like, I mean, you don't want to go bishop c1 and bishop c3. These pawn endgames you don't want to calculate, especially not in time trouble. This is...
That's actually what happened. Queen c6 was played, all kind of obvious move, of course.
Yeah, but Rasmus won't go queen e2, I'm pretty sure. That's not like what you want to calculate, so...
But will he swap rooks now?
Maybe,
maybe even not, maybe queen e2
maybe queen e2 immediately. It's also not clear what black is going to do. I mean, it's probably just very balanced, but it's just very hard to push a5 and b4 with black. Like, that's...
Let's say black plays classical moves, yes.
I mean, white has won a tempo compared to the other line, but it's absolutely not clear what white is going to do with it. Like, maybe
queen g4 threatening check, e6.
Okay, maybe white has some threats.
And Rasmus has indeed gone queen e2.
He went for this.
He went queen e2.
At least this is a kind of program, and it's if queen e6 we can don't come back somewhere, so we are not worse here.
No, this is actually
that makes sense.
Some improvement for white. Now the queen is way more active than black's, so...
So that is what he is intending, maybe to play for this position. And then of course every tempo is important. Maybe black should try. I'm not sure about the move, but
maybe
h5.
Yeah, but now you can at least go queen e3 and get the d file.
And get d5, yes. So that keeps the balance in the position.
Yeah, it should be balanced. But of course, in time trial, how many moves do they have to make?
13 moves.
Yeah, so quite some moves. So it could be that there's happening something. But black is lower on time, so...
But it looks like Dirk is not worried at all about this time. Yeah? So
okay, but black has basically no worries at all in this position. Like you can play with 30 seconds per move and it's no problem. Like you can't blunder anything with black. It's
One thing we haven't mentioned yet is that there are no draw offers allowed in this tournament, so there isn't that option if at some point the egg feels, okay, I just want to bail out and go home, I can just offer it. That it's not possible. How do you like the no draw offer rules?
I think it's actually quite good because otherwise you always have to think about should I offer a draw or is my opponent going to offer a draw if the position is but if the position is absolutely equal you can repeat moves somehow. It's usually if the position is completely equal it's very easy to repeat moves or just exchange everything to a very easy draw. So
you like the fact that you don't have to...
Yeah, it makes things easier as a player. You don't have to think about that aspect. And also, if you get a draw offer, you're never sure if you should take it or not. And now this aspect is just gone. So. But okay, for now I just lost one game, so I can't really... I would have liked a draw offer yesterday. Yeah, what to do.
Okay, so yeah, Bogdan is still thinking. He's now just dropped below a minute.
Do we see both players?
Yes.
Yeah,
we saw yesterday that Dirk tends to get up even when he has just a minute on the clock. I think Rasmus, very unlikely we will see him get up at any...
He won't get up right now. Yeah.
What I like that he's actually very calm, not worried about it. He has only I would be too very nervous.
Okay, but the position is very, very easy. I mean, it's very hard to make some mistake here.
So
he played actually bishop c5,
is also a decent move. Yeah.
The consideration interesting. So now bishop c5. Okay,
makes sense to activate the bishop and
maybe to threaten the opponent some variations. Yes, good idea.
Maybe we can also take a very quick look at Irvine Lamy against Pavel Yanov.
This is interesting.
Yes.
This is very interesting.
Yeah,
last moment, what we saw the game, we were talking about bishop b4 and a3, exactly this position, and it happened, and white took the pawn, and a very nice move, f5, preventing some possibility for white to play e4 and to create kind of defended area. So now everything is hanging.
But rook 88 was not interesting at all instead of f5. Yeah, I was just because I didn't see the position. I was just trying to calculate if e4 then rook takes d5 is a possibility, but maybe it's not good. Yeah, because the pawn is very strong.
Rook cd8.
Yeah, rook cd8.
cd8, e4, and
rook takes d5 is just bad. I guess. I was just wondering, but the pawn is way too strong. Yeah. Takes
everything,
but the pawn is just promoting. Okay.
Take everything, but pawn is running.
Yeah, even d6 immediately. I was just wondering.
That's a nice line, actually, that you can just give up.
d6 is, the pawn on b6 is quite annoying in the end, but
we can't stop it.
Okay.
That's a nice situation.
For Irvine, it's also a very stressful start to his new tournament. He has only a minute on the clock, still 13 moves to go.
Yeah, and after f5 in the game, his position is not very pleasant.
Everything hangs. Yeah. What I'm curious is just to understand all these moves.
Yeah, no.
Rook c1. So that's what he was probably hoping.
No, both the bishops are pinned. You can't move any bishop because you lose the other one.
Amazing pins, yes, in this position.
Yeah.
No, it's better to pin the opponent than not to be pinned himself. Yeah. A beautiful move f5, really beautiful.
f5 is really nice.
The longer I look at this, let's say white played e4, and then we may... did he play e4? He played e4. He played e4, bishop d3 happened.
F3.
Beautiful. Move to f3. So far, so good. It's very strong play.
Yeah, but after bishop c2, you just give up and exchange as white. Yeah?
Very
no way to...
Very unpleasant.
I mean, of course, white has a pawn, and the bishop on d5 is kind of good, but still, it's just an exchange. It's going to be tough to defend this.
True.
I mean, it's very close to winning, I guess, because... But okay, some fighters still left, but it's just very tough to defend such an endgame as white, I think.
That even looks like a best option, yeah, because how...
Yeah.
But Yanov is thinking.
Yeah, he's thinking, but I guess
if
he will check.
if he should cash
in now?
now.
Yeah, or later. I mean, maybe he can even wait. I'm not sure what's White's next move, but I think it's so hard to
difficult
get out of these
a
pins.
move, yeah? So
But on the other hand, if you can win in exchange in time trouble, like, it's also risky to wait because maybe you miss something. And Bishop C2 is very easy to calculate, and
actually, not so much time. Maybe we should stick to this game because it's really.
But I'm also
mutual.
shocked. I mean, it looks like Pavel has very good chances to also get to 2 out of 2. And I mean, you were saying earlier you thought +2 might be a winning
it
score.
wasn't a
I
good-
thought the same. I mean, it's a field that's so compact in terms
exactly.
of rating, but also in terms of strength. So
We
yeah,
have
I did not
actually
expect 2
very-
Maybe
players.
also
very
2
funny
black
move.
wins today is very...
Very funny move, b5. Exactly
He
what you
played-
said. Waiting move a little bit or improving the position
improves the position, I guess.
for the future and giving the opportunity for the opponent to make mistake.
Yeah, it's also unpleasant as white to make a move here because you don't have any move. He will probably get very low on time and still don't know what to do. I don't know. It's not
So
a nice
let me
situation.
try some strange move. I just want to
Oh, and sorry
centralize.
to interrupt you. I was just checking. Actually, I think the game between Mickey and Daniel Friedman has ended. So let's just quickly get to the overview of the camera to see if they are still there. But that game
Okay, we put the position
is over. Yeah.
and white one. Yes. No, I think
No,
that
there you go.
what we thought what happens is.
He just went knight c5 instead of taking the pawn, just very
Yes, he
simply
could
improving
take the
knight.
pawn, but he just played knight c5. Okay, f5 is creative move, but
Yeah.
it was simply played f3 and
Yeah, now the rook on f4 doesn't do anything. It's-
not a good move was available, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yes, so time to resign, not to suffer anymore.
So another. I mean, it's been a very bloody start to the tournament. We can go back to Yanov maybe.
Yeah,
So-
almost only decisive game so far. Yeah.
Amazing, yes.
Only decisive
Yeah.
actually. Not a single
Only
draw
Rasmus
yet.
might be a draw today.
Only this game, but just maybe we can
But
see
okay,
if
it's
it is.
still not a forced draw. Like, he went bishop b6, so now he's trying to go for a5. I mean, he's trying his black.
Yes,
So
and
actually
then
we went
to
back
see if
to
he
Rasmus.
managed to push the pawns, yes.
Yeah. But on the other hand, Rasmus has like 3 minutes, so we should
Enough
be...
time, enough time to see.
I think we should go to the
Defense.
other game
Yeah,
because
that's
it looks
probably
like something. Yeah, we can stay with the camera. We were already in the right in
the
the
right
right spot.
moment.
Yes.
And he decided to give the other rook. He wants the black square, the dark squared bishop.
It was so depressing that
Yeah, you need to do something as well.
he decides to give up the rook and he played knight f1. Yes, let me see it. No, it happened differently. Black, he played knight f1.
And black even still
And black
took on e4.
decided not
No
to
need to
take
take
any
the rook,
exchange. No need. Was not interested in taking exchange. Taken e4.
Yeah, and white took
Pawn
on e4.
takes e4, and now bishop c2 happened. Yes, I
Yeah,
think.
bishop c2.
Is bishops.
Yeah, not taking the exchange so far, but
This position looks like 2 bishops are stronger than 2 rooks in a way.
yeah, kind of.
Just hitting both rooks.
Okay, so
No,
what do we even do
this
now?
is,
Yeah,
I think, worst version. Yeah. So rook c1 back.
Yeah,
but,
rook c1 feels kind of natural, but I guess now you take and you have rook c3, and yeah, you can't even protect the pawn.
Yes,
maybe.
also pawn e4.
Yeah, exactly.
hand.
Rook e3. I mean, anyway, exchanging rook is not great, but you even lose the e4 pawn.
I
immediately.
was thinking about this move, but could
Yeah,
be
just-
simply
just
met
this, yeah.
with normal normal move.
So you want
Irvine
king
just went,
f2.
king f2 with
So
3
which is
seconds on the clock.
Probably better move, but still not changing situation. Would you take the rook, and which one?
I mean, bishop e1 and rook c3 still looks very forcing. Like, if you can calculate passing lines, it's always nice.
So it's better maybe to make it in time trouble, true?
Yeah. I mean, this is... And now white probably has to go rook e3, and you should be probably happy as black if you can exchange one more.
And the moves are
rook e8.
easy to make.
Yeah,
yes?
exactly. And you just feel like this should be winning. You bring the king. I mean, just slowly.
And definitely he will take, yes?
No, he
Or
didn't take. He
No, he
went
didn't
king
take. He went king
f8.
f8. Yeah, he just doesn't want to... He's just so happy about his bishops.
He's
and
enjoying the position too much.
Well,
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, also white doesn't have any move.
So his
It's so
theory,
depressing.
two bishops are stronger than two rooks. That's
It's very depressing to play as
you
white.
have to back for the opponent to take your rook. Yeah,
Yes.
that's extremely.
And Irvine has gone
Rook
up
c1, yes.
h4.
Irvine is funny. Yes, this
Yeah.
h4.
What
Just-
a depressing position.
Just waiting move. Okay, I can also wait.
Okay, but I'm not even sure how you want to wait as black now. I mean, I'm not sure if you want to go king e7 or...
Yeah, what was the idea behind king f8?
No, king f8 is a nice move because you freed its f
Just
pawn.
I think he took. This is.
He finally took, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
very normal.
I
Very
mean, king
normal.
f8 is a useful tempo, and h4 is not very useful, probably, so... this
Rook
is like an
takes
improvement.
e1.
And now you have the option even to go f5, but rook c3 still feels very natural.
Rook c3 is also good. Yes. Yeah, true. He has already a good choice.
Yeah.
I just put it also f5 on the table.
Oh, and then actually...
Just exchanging rook would be a good idea. No?
I think in Rasmus' game, the bishops have come off, right?
Ah, he played
Which
bishop
is
d4.
probably good news
Yeah.
for Rasmus, I guess.
I guess, yeah.
So let's very
I
quickly...
mean, even the queen endgame, you could argue that black is slightly better somehow because he has the possibility to create a pass pawn at some point, but it's still, yeah. Bishop d4.
But how he did it in tactical trick, bishop d4. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
a nice move. That was a nice move.
And
Very
what
very
move
nice.
are
That's
we on here?
and
think
and
34.
now it looks like a draw. Yes.
Yeah. He
Looks
played
like-
a5, which is very natural. And yeah.
A5 and getting up for 37 seconds, as always.
I guess it's nervousness or something.
I think so, yeah. He's pacing very
Yeah.
close. So
Yeah, some players just can't really sit at the
Yes.
board in time trouble. But
Well, I
Rasmus is
think-
very relaxed.
what is the easiest way, let's say, for white to make a draw? Should white do something active or should white just sit?
I mean, you shouldn't allow b4 and c3 somehow,
Yeah.
I feel like. So just try to prevent that.
Queen d6.
Yeah, queen d6 is a very natural candidate because you obviously can't take.
So some move. Yeah, let's say queen
Yeah,
d6.
some move. But now you even control the b4
no,
square.
he made a different move. I
Queen
think.
A7.
Queen a7, yeah. He just
I
attacks.
think the point.
He didn't text. Yeah, I didn't even see that he can
yeah.
attack 2 pawns.
Probably it is forcing.
Yeah, this is actually a forcing draw. I just missed this move.
Yes, it's forcing some exchanges.
Yeah, like
So
queen
let's
d5 and then you take on a5 and queen e5. Okay, now you can really...
Find
mean,
a repetition.
You can't really agree to a draw, but yeah.
You can
Make some eye
make it.
contact.
Yeah.
You can make it.
Yeah, I mean, probably even the arbiter wouldn't be made in this position. It's just very...
The arbiter is already there on the screen. We can see him. He's ready to do his job.
It's ready to tell them
Are
to
the-
just
are
go and make a draw. Give me some free time.
Yeah, I think today will be a much shorter day because also in the other game, Irvine against Yanov, well, maybe we can go back there now because here I don't think too
Yanov
much will
game,
happen.
yes.
But Yanov has done what you guys were suggesting, rook c3, rook c8.
And improving the position with a5. Let us just briefly show how it happened.
Yeah,
After the move rook c3, rook c1 happened. Okay, understandable. White wants to keep pieces still, but rook c8 threatens something. Bishop takes b3. Defense against it somehow, yes.
Yeah, he's still defending, but okay, a5 looks very nice.
Why to rush? Yeah, and just improve the position. First, a5, good technical move, and
White
a4. What Irvine played.
So if you take twice, then he wants rook a1, I guess, and somehow.
So that is an
Pavel
idea. Yeah,
has taken once.
Yeah,
take
he's taken
already?
once, but probably he won't take twice because I'm not sure what's.
What-
yeah, rook
what is
a1,
follow-up,
and you don't
yeah.
want to exchange all the queenside pawns. Like that's the only way where white has some chances to make a draw if these pawns are exchanged. So
So what is the better way?
he
It's a
already
nice,
played rook c5.
It's a lovely camera view with the two boards, and everything is happening so fast because nobody has any time on the clock, and the arbiter so keeping an eye.
But I think that they started already to repeat
I think
the
there we
moves,
have the
yes?
handshake.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yes.
So
Okay, draw was inevitable, I think.
Svana against Dirk ends in a draw, the first draw of the tournament, unbelievably.
So we are excited.
Yes. It's the new wave where we're excited about draws. And that leaves us with only Irvine against Pavel, but that one also looks like it could be over
Looks
quite
actually
soon.
like over. Protecting pawn a5 is very nice technical touch, yeah?
Yeah, now you either lose the pawn or you play rook a1, which he did, but rook a1 is also not
Doesn't look very
nicest
promising.
of moves.
And we keep improving.
Yeah, maybe this and maybe rook d4 at some point to increase the pressure. I mean, it's not even clear where you move the
Where
knight.
the knight goes, yes. Okay, let's say he wants to die with some music.
Yeah, but now rook c3, so the other rook to c3, and now you just win the g3 pawn or something. Or even rook d2 is more
Horrible.
precise.
Pavel has actually gone f5, which
He went f5, yeah.
also,
Yeah, and this is
Okay,
also
that's
very good. Just has too many good options.
undermining the bishop's position
Hmm.
on d5. True, what can be done?
You already went king g2,
King to g2.
seems like.
But this is actually not much time left, yes. So there are really two moves left for Pavel. What about rook d3? Looks
Yeah, rook b3 looks
proper.
very tempting to just push away the knight.
And in some lines it was taking pawn with check,
Yeah.
yeah, that could be useful. No, he
He went
played
bishop
different.
d3.
d3.
Yeah, also
He
good.
played different.
But it's also a position where you can do
Yeah, you can
pretty
do
much
anything. And
anything.
I mean,
Yeah.
he will be winning after move 40, and then you
Mm.
just need some technique, but not even too much. I think it's just.
It's most likely a repetition now. If king f2, bishop c2, and then
Maybe.
coming closer to the time control.
Yeah, not so many moves to make, and then should be fairly simple.
It's Irvine, two moves to go each. Yeah, Irvine, I think, is about to go back in the
So
f2.
at least this is small achievement for me. I was guessing the move of
But
Irvine.
I would be shocked if Pavel plays bishop c2.
Yeah, I mean, he has so many other moves he can make.
But it would be just 2 times repetition. It's
Yeah,
not bad.
Wouldn't be bad. Like,
Yeah.
wouldn't even be bad technique to just repeat the moves to get closer to move 40.
But he's
So.
bringing the king e7.
King e7. Yeah. Why not? Yeah.
Rook e1. Yeah.
Finally, some activity for white. Yeah.
And then what,
It's
do we go
not
king
much
f6?
to do.
Yeah.
King
Yeah,
f6.
king f6 looks very
is a
natural.
Clever move.
Yeah, I don't think you want to go e5, then the king just goes back and just have more weaknesses.
The problem.
Yeah, at some point he will play bishop c2 back and just win the pawn.
So
Maybe,
maybe
yeah.
here, yes.
Maybe he,
Ay.
I
No,
think we will
them-
see a resignation very shortly after the time control.
yeah, probably. I mean, maybe he will fight for a while,
Yeah.
but not too much. He went rook e1, so only one more move to make for black. I think king f6 or king d6 are very natural. I think they have to just move out of the
Totally.
e file. I would expect king f6.
Yeah, there he goes. King f6, and that's the time control made
Yeah.
for both players.
That was probably the biggest challenge in the moment. Yeah. But it is a second strong game of Yanov, although he was a little bit lucky in the technical phase against Rasmus.
Okay, there was literally, yeah. I still don't know about
think
this
it is-
lucky, but
Yeah, lucky is a bit. Lucky is an overstatement, I think.
yeah. We see Irvine is checking out what happened in the other
Yeah.
games. If you're wondering at home, what's he looking at on the wall? All the other games are being
No,
projected onto the.
time is out, but he made 40 moves, I
Yes.
Yeah,
guess.
he made 40 moves, so now it's time for some more suffering for him.
Yeah.
But I don't think there are any hopes that he can save this position.
So what a day it has been. I think we will let you go very soon because there is not so much left
So many
to
games.
for us to discuss. Tell us just before you leave, what were your impressions of today's round?
Yeah, still very decisive chess. I mean, I just didn't expect this before the tournament, that we have so many decisive games and only one draw after 2 rounds. And I think the players who played well yesterday continued their run today. Like Mcshane won again, Yanov is going to win again, and also Deak didn't have too many troubles as black today. So yeah, I think we have already like 2 or 3 candidates who are playing for the tournament win. Because it's not such a long tournament, but okay, there's still some rounds, and I've only played 1 game, so I hope I can still somehow get back in the tournament.
Who will you be playing tomorrow?
Against Navara tomorrow,
Okay.
who already lost 2 games in a row, so we'll see.
Okay, well, Matthias, thank you so much for your time. Best of
Sure.
luck for tomorrow and for the whole tournament,
Thanks.
and for the Olympiad, of course.
Good luck in
Thanks.
the tournament, and of course, we wish you success in Olympiad.
Yeah, thanks
you
a
and
lot.
your team. Yeah, all the best.
And we will take a short break, and Arthur and I will be back with the remainder of this game very shortly. Hello and welcome back to the final stages of this second day here at the Dortmund Sparkassen Trophy. And Arthur, only one game remains.
That's true, and Yanov is winning. He played the longest game yesterday, he is playing the longest game today, but
today we should be shorter.
Probably it would be shorter as the previous one. And nevertheless, I think he doesn't mind if the game will be another 20-25 moves. If he wins,
that's all that matters.
To have a perfect start in the tournament, that's the most important. We have a position in our analysis, and we also actually looked at the possibility rook e3, and then
that's
bishop
exactly
c2.
what happened, yes.
Exactly what happened, and pawn on a4 hangs. Honestly, I don't know what to suggest, what do we need even to look at. Okay, maybe let's see first the most obvious exchange, and let's say white exchanges on f5.
I was looking actually in the break quickly at this, and this rook d3.
Rook d3 looks like extremely nice option. True.
And knight e4 I think is
knight
first.
e4, yes, otherwise we're losing material.
Yeah.
Let's say black takes the pawn. There is some fantasy connected with.
Even I had a look at this. I think we can even take.
Yes, but it is just the position which, for the second, could be interesting for us because of the wrong bishop. But of course here, simply the black pawn would run.
Be too fast. Yeah.
It will be too fast. Something like king c3. Yes, too easy for black here to take a pawn and to
Stop,
win. Yes. Bishop stops both
and then promote. Yeah, we see Irvine on the camera. He is thinking, but he probably also understands. I don't think he will resign just yet, but I think it's also not out of the question that he might just.
It is also possible to resign immediately because, of course, he knows perfectly well that position is lost.
Yeah. And it's a tough start for him. Of course, it's not easy coming from the open, having to suddenly face a completely different field, a much tougher field.
Without any special preparation, we should just compliment him for courage, for his cooperation, that he is ready to help in this case, because really jumping to save the tournament and not to make it unpleasant for everybody. So this is very, very nice behavior, very professional, very good, and just illustrates his character. He's actually very, very nice person.
But what a start from Pavel.
What a great play. He was my favorite, yes. So I'm very pleased to see this level of play. That's what I hope to see, actually. And Pavel is a great player, and he doesn't need to prove anything. Already he proved in his previous tournaments. He's very deep, very interesting player. He demonstrated it today. Maybe because I'm afraid that Irvine may resign, let me jump to the position where Yanov actually outplayed him. And we will come back to really beautiful decision. It was after move 21. It doesn't look so horrible for white. On the first glance, it looks actually as a draw. Or close to the draw. We were considering good move knight e4, but probably Yanov was not satisfied with the move, and he found a much more interesting idea, rook f8. That's actually such a classy move. I just wanted to show this moment to maybe our young viewers who are maybe afraid to get a bad pawn structure, for example. Here we have a grandmaster sacrificing his pawn structure for dynamic compensation, having these two beautiful bishops, which later would prove to be too strong even for two rooks, having open lines and having very active position, and this over. This is more important than the weaknesses on the pawns and the bad pawn structure, and you will see in a few moves how white position became more and more difficult to play. This beautiful move, bishop b4, pinning the knight. White managed to take the pawn, but that doesn't matter so much. Black just prevents white from consolidating the position.
F5 was another really
Beautiful
extraordinary move.
Yes, yes. All these decisions of really high class, and at some stage white just dreaming how to give up an exchange. Black is not taking it even, making simple moves, improving position. Look at this, both rooks are under attack. Horrible situation for Lamy. And this calm moves, and now he cashes and have a winning ending with exchange up. We're coming to a position on the board because there is a move.
Yes.
Coming very quickly to this. No, this probably was.
So there was one move. So after
Was my analysis?
yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry. That was my analysis. No, what was the played move? F5, King G2. Yes, that was. No, Bishop D3 was played. Yeah,
So
that
Bishop
was
D3,
Bishop D3, King F2, King E7, Rook E1, Rook F3, Bishop C2.
So that's where we
Yes.
left, and
And
Irvine,
Irvine played E5
Yes.
and Black played King E7. Now I have everything on my board. What to do? Because the bishop is handing. General assessment of such a situation: if you're forced to exchange rooks, then you don't have a chance. Yeah. You don't have a chance because rook is so much superior in this type of positions again. There are no good squares for the light pieces. And because bishop is handing, I just don't see any other move. Okay, you can start with bishop g8.
yeah, that's
yes.
what he did. Yeah.
Yes, but then you're still losing all these pawns, in my opinion. Yeah?
And maybe we're even not in a rush. Maybe we can also just save the h pawn, but of course we can take.
Also
Anything,
a healthy
Yes.
option. Yeah, just take a pawns, and the pawn on
Yeah.
a4 would fall.
Maybe this is just the simplest, actually.
Yes, why to bother
Complicate, yes.
about
Yes.
some more complicated stuff? And of course, king is close to h pawn. There is not a big counterplay. One possible way to win the position, but let us see what Yanov would be doing.
Yeah, I think what you showed was convincing and simple, and the whole line seemed pretty forced, I think.
So you think he will also
I think
just
he will
take a pawns and play king f6 and giving h pawn. Easy line. Also, he can take a pawn on a4 immediately,
Yes.
for example. Also,
But why not to exchange rooks, actually, if we can?
yeah, that makes situation a little bit more simple. It's how I would advise again our younger viewers how to play it. But let's see what the Grandmaster will be doing.
He's still thinking, but I think he will not spend so much time for the remainder of the game. I think he's probably calculating this line, rook e3, just looking at everything there, and then the moves, I think, will come quickly.
Yes, true that bishop a4, of course, also a good line.
What would you play?
Probably one of these two moves.
Take something.
Take something, yes. Yes. There is no harm in rook takes e3, and maybe I would play rook takes e3 because it's more easy, more simple. But bishop a4, I don't see the problem, because if white tries to keep the rook, we can always play rook c2. So I just don't see the drawbacks of this as well. Yeah? So it's not that white is keeping the rook. We will exchange it on the next move. So it's just a different move order, but not a worse one. So.
A tough spot also for Irvine to sit there, and I think both these players know, of course, that the game is very close to being over, but you can always, play and hope that the opponent gives you some chance. But here,
I would just recommend to look at Yanov, that he takes his time. He's not in a rush. He's not trying maybe to finish it as quick as possible. Yes. He's not irritated by the play of the opponent. Just takes his time and tries to make a clean solution, tries to find the clean solution, tries to calculate the variations carefully. But the task is not too challenging, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think, as you are saying, he must be deciding between
two good moves, and doesn't matter what he will do. It looks like the taking on a4 now. It's even more simple, but rook e3 has its merits. We already changing the rook. Let me just concentrate on bishop a4 and to check the continuation bishop to rook to e2, then we simply play bishop b5. If rook goes, then we attack. So this also not a way for white to play. Anyway, I would expect a rather quick resignation, maybe not immediate, but one or two moves, and Irvine would resign.
I mean, even if we look at the body language of the players, Irvine, he has this body language of sort of not thinking of the current position, but thinking about what happened in the game.
Where did I went wrong? Yes, I think he tried maybe too much in equal position. So this maneuver, bishop a1, queen b2, was very interesting, but didn't brought him anything. No? So somehow maybe to play more safe, but it is always
easier said
to advise it, knowing what happened in the game. Yes. Anyway, my compliment to both players, that really a good fight today, and we have very interesting situation that already two players, they have 2 out of 2.
Incredible.
Yes, in this start, this is really sprint tournament. They're running very quickly.
Yes, and that after 7 games, only one ended in a draw is very rare, to say the least.
Yes, yes. Of course, it can go like this. Yeah, that would be one of the most famous tournaments in the history, perhaps. Yes, after
If it continues
if it
like
continues
this.
like
Yes.
this, yes. Because it's not normal thing, especially in modern chess, where so many theoretical knowledge and you have a good preparation usually, and
Yes.
draw is the most likely result of the game, and so on and so on. But we see that it is possible to demonstrate a different approach and big fighting spirit.
I'm actually surprised, I have to say, and I'm not criticizing it, but I'm surprised that Pavel is taking so long.
You know, okay, that's probably a kind of last
The last,
decision.
yes.
Yeah, he doesn't want to spoil anything. In fact, he may also have his memories about game yesterday, where he gave a chance to the opponent. So doesn't want to repeat the mistake.
So Pavel now 18 minutes and a bit on the clock, but I think, as you were saying, he probably understands that this is kind of the last decision. And
Sometimes it is easier if you have, let's say, only one solution. No? But if you have 2 or 3 moves which are winning easily, in your opinion, then the choice may be not that trivial.
that's true. Yes. Yeah, because we looked at these 2, rook e3 and bishop a4, but it's very possible that maybe there are even some more moves.
More options, yes.
But no, he has gone for what we were expecting. Rook takes e3.
More
Exchanging
simple
the
lie in it, and just exchanging the rooks.
So king takes, it's on the board. And now
Rook takes pawn,
rook
yes.
takes, yes.
That's also good example maybe for us. Don't try to play pretty. Just play safe. Yeah.
Simple chess.
Simple chess. Yeah.
Yeah, Irvine is thinking, I mean, where does he go with the...
I would think that one of his thoughts, maybe I should resign already.
I actually thought, that when the move appeared, I thought for a second that I was almost seeing the motions, but no, there he goes.
No, he still plays.
King
Yes.
d4. I like king f6.
Yes. Anyway, yes, I think they had a good analysis. The question now, if Irvine sees some ideas here, or just, okay, maybe we can try to do something like knight c4, attack, then check, and king goes somewhere, let's say, to... But where? The problem is that also g3 would be attacked. Okay, let's say king went.
Okay, I will take on a4.
We take on a4 and we took on a5. That's it. And now I like the move rook g4 because if you take, we have rook g7.
That's very cute.
Trapping the bishop, yes. And then it is over.
Really over.
Really over.
And Pavel...
Pavel is thinking.
No, but he made a move.
He made a move, yes?
I also don't see it yet, but on the camera I can see that he made a move.
But I don't see it.
I also don't see it, but it's not king f6. Let's see.
We have our
The rook
Help,
went,
rook
rook
e2.
e2.
Rook e2 is, of course, also fine.
And we
Those
see the
per-
beautiful zoom in where we can even make out the player clocks.
Yes, we can more or
Everything,
less
the pens,
see everything.
See everything. And knight c4.
Knight c4 came, yes, why not? And now maybe he is going to play bishop b3 now, just to eliminate some more pieces. Yeah, so that less pieces, less counterplay. Bishop d5, but slowly it will be over. King c5, pick and cut up. Knight takes a5 and rook f3 for example. It would be very difficult here to drag the defense, to do more than maybe 3-4 moves, I guess.
I like bishop b3.
Bishop b3 is very simple, yes. Just pinning the knight.
Pinning and winning.
Threatening to win more material.
And I think he's played it. Bishop b3 is on the board.
Bishop b3, yes.
And there is the resignation by Irvine Lamy. And Pavel Yanov storms to 2 out of 2. He is now our joint tournament leader with Luke Mcshane, who also won his game against David Navara. And what a day!
Yes,
what a day!
Both very impressive in a little bit different ways. But I think yesterday I was maybe even more impressed by Luke. Today Luke had an easy game, and Pavel had to find many fine moves. Very, very interesting event, and we also have a start in no castling tournament, and tomorrow
Vichy will enter the ring.
We will see ex-world champion coming, also maybe with some ideas how to play no castling games.
Yes. So that was another very interesting game, of course, in the no castling tournament. Mickey Adams beat Daniel Friedman. And I think those were all the results. The game between Rasmus Vanne and Bogdan Deák ended in a draw. And I think that concludes our show here from today. Artur, it's once again been a pleasure.
The pleasure is mine. And we hope to see our viewers or to hear, to see what they are writing in chat. Tomorrow, even more interesting round, I guess.
One more game.
One more game.
So tomorrow, same place, same time, 3 p.m. Central European Summer Time. We hope to see you then. Thank you so much for watching today. See you tomorrow and have a good one. Bye-bye.
See you tomorrow.